In the heart of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, deep within the hushed shadows of an old, abandoned loom mill, Johnny Vanduke, known to his allies as Street Rat, was hard at work. The interior of his base was a marvel of machinery and tech, filled with workbenches crammed with advanced tools, sophisticated fabrication machines, and computer stations blinking with coded data. The soft hum of scanners and processors filled the room, a symphony of technological progress amidst the mill's silent, decaying walls. On one of the larger workbenches lay his current project, a sleek, cylindrical device with carefully etched engravings, bits of exposed wiring, and delicate circuitry. Its metallic surface gleamed under the overhead lights, showcasing the intricate details and hours of craftsmanship Vanduke had poured into it. The device had the unmistakable form of a lightsaber hilt. It was nearly complete except for one major flaw. Vanduke had been struggling for weeks to design a power source capable of sustaining it. He needed something that could handle the sheer energy demands of a plasma blade without compromising stability. The power sources he had tested, batteries, modified reactors, even the most advanced multiversal components, had all fallen short, burning out or failing to generate enough power to stabilize the blade. With each failure, Vanduke had adjusted and modified his design, pushing Earth's technology to its absolute limits. Yet still, Earth lacked the resources to match his ambitious vision. "Damn," he muttered under his breath, setting aside yet another burned-out power core. "There's just nothing here that can handle this." Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice the small, cloaked figure entering the workshop, moving quietly through the maze of machinery. Only when a soft, gravelly voice spoke did Vanduke realize he was no longer alone. "Trouble, I sense," said Yoda, his voice carrying a quiet, knowing tone. Vanduke turned, his surprise giving way to a grin. "Master Yoda, what brings you to my little corner of Earth?" Yoda's green eyes twinkled as he approached the workbench, studying the lightsaber hilt with a critical gaze. "Hear of your work, I have. Great skill, you show. Yet, frustrated you seem, Vanduke chuckled, gesturing to the various failed power cores strewn across his workspace. "Yeah, you could say that. No matter what I try, I can't get a stable power source for this thing. Earth tech isn't exactly Jedi approved." Yoda nodded, his expression thoughtful. "A kyber crystal, the heart of a Jedi's lightsaber, is channels the Force, it does. But without such power, difficult your task becomes." Vanduke raised an eyebrow. "A kyber crystal, huh? I've read about them, powerful, but only found in your galaxy, right?" "Correct," Yoda said, placing a small, three-fingered hand on the hilt. "Yet, alternatives there may be. With the right focus, a solution we might find." Vanduke watched Yoda carefully, his mind already racing with possibilities. "So, you're saying if we combine my tech with a little Jedi insight, we might just crack this." Yoda gave a small smile, nodding. "Patience, and guidance, perhaps, you need. Together, the Force and your skill may reveal the answer." Yoda's gaze held a steady, quiet conviction as he looked up at Vanduke. "Strong in the Force, you are, Vanduke. I sense it within you, just as I sense it in many on your world." Vanduke shook his head, a small frown creasing his brow. "I'm not sure, Master Yoda. My powers, they're different. They come from the multiverse, from my connection to other realities. They don't feel like anything as universal as the Force." Yoda's wise eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "The Force, it can manifest in many ways. Powers you possess, yes, unique they are. But connected, all things remain. A bond between you and the universe, it is powerful, yet different. Many, many forms, the Force takes." "And, Yoda said, his voice carrying a hint of intrigue, "perhaps powers unseen await discovery." Vanduke studied the old Jedi for a moment, sensing the depth of his wisdom and experience. He could feel the curiosity bubbling within him, and despite his skepticism, he was intrigued by the idea. "All right, Yoda," he said, his tone softening. "What do you have in mind?" Yoda smiled and gestured for him to sit. "Meditate with me, we will. Forge a crystal, perhaps, if strong enough your connection is. Through focus and patience, manifest a source of power we might." Vanduke hesitated but then settled onto the floor, closing his eyes as Yoda did the same. The room fell into silence, and Vanduke began to follow Yoda's breathing, letting his mind quiet as he concentrated. Gradually, he allowed himself to open up, feeling beyond his usual perception, into something deeper and more universal. There was a vastness there, an endless web of energy that seemed to hum with life. As they meditated, Vanduke felt a sensation unlike anything he'd experienced before, a warmth, a calm presence that seemed to guide him, steadying his mind. It was as if his consciousness extended outward, reaching into the fabric of existence. And there, within that vast sea of connection, something began to take form. In his mind's eye, Vanduke saw a small crystal, suspended in a field of energy. It was unique, unlike any kyber crystal he had seen before. It shimmered with two colors, a stark white core surrounded by a deep, inky blackness that seemed to ripple and shift, like shadows within light. The two colors swirled and blended, yet remained distinct, a perfect balance of opposing forces. Slowly, the crystal solidified, taking shape from the energy around them. When Vanduke opened his eyes, he found the crystal resting in his hand, its white and black glow casting an ethereal light over his face. Yoda opened his eyes, nodding with a quiet smile. "A crystal you have made. Unique to you, it is born of your strength, your will." Vanduke stared at the crystal, awe in his gaze. "It's unlike anything I've ever seen." "Indeed," Yoda replied. "A manifestation of your bond with the Force, it is. Powerful, the lightsaber you make shall be. Reflective of you, as all true crystals are." The white and black crystal pulsed faintly in Vanduke's hand, a silent promise of the power it held. Vanduke stood back, admiring the finished lightsaber in his hands. The hilt was a piece of craftsmanship unique to Earth, a blend of titanium, osmium, and vanadium that gave it both durability and weight, making it feel solid in his grip. The leather, fused with plant fibers, added a natural touch, grounding the weapon in Earth's own essence. Etched into the metal was a careful engraving of Earth's map, a reminder of home and his origins. He took a steadying breath and activated the blade. With a distinctive hum, the lightsaber ignited, casting an ethereal glow around the room. The core of the blade was a brilliant white, pure, and intense, surrounded by a shadowy black aura that pulsed and shifted, like darkness swirling around a star. The colors reflected the synthetic crystal he and Yoda had formed, an embodiment of light and shadow coexisting in balance. Yoda looked on with a smile, nodding in approval. "A weapon unique to you, it is. Reflective of both worlds, your own and ours." Vanduke couldn't help but grin as he held the blade aloft. The lightsaber felt as if it had been waiting for him, a blend of his strength, his history, and his journey across worlds. Yoda observed Vanduke with his usual calm, then gestured for him to ignite his new lightsaber. The blade hummed to life, its unique white core and shadowy black edge casting an unusual, almost otherworldly glow. "First, stance," Yoda instructed, moving his small body into a balanced position, demonstrating the foundation of lightsaber combat. "Strength is in balance, not only of the body but of the mind." Vanduke mimicked Yoda's stance, adjusting his footing and grip to the subtle cues of Yoda's guidance. His lightsaber felt powerful and alive in his hand, its weight and balance an extension of himself. They began with simple movements, Yoda's precise instructions ensuring Vanduke built a strong foundation. With each stroke, Yoda explained not just the physical mechanics but the underlying philosophy of lightsaber combat, the focus on clarity, the importance of precision over brute strength, the value of mindfulness in every movement. "Defend, you must, as much as attack," Yoda said, demonstrating a parry. "Counter, when the time is right. In every movement, patience find." Vanduke nodded, following Yoda's lead, each parry and strike flowing into the next with an increasing sense of rhythm and control. Hours passed as Yoda led Vanduke through various forms, teaching him not only the technique but the adaptability essential to mastering a lightsaber. Under Yoda's watchful eye, Vanduke's movements grew sharper, more instinctual. His connection to the blade deepened as Yoda guided him through the ancient art, shaping him not only as a wielder of the weapon but as one who understood its purpose and responsibility. Finally, as the session drew to a close, Yoda looked at Vanduke with approval. "Learned much, you have. Yet always, more to discover. Your path, this is. A protector you are, with the wisdom of both worlds. As Yoda guided Vanduke through lightsaber forms, he couldn't help but notice how fluidly Vanduke adapted to each new movement and stance. Every strike, every parry, and every footwork pattern seemed almost instinctual to him. Yoda's wise eyes glinted with interest as he observed the ease with which Vanduke flowed through the forms. "A natural, you are," Yoda murmured, tilting his head in thought. "Striking, how your world's techniques align with ours." Vanduke, catching Yoda's curiosity, chuckled. "On Earth, we've had thousands of years of history with swords. Different cultures developed their own styles, some of which match lightsaber techniques almost exactly. I guess it makes sense, in a way. Blade combat has universal principles, whether it's a lightsaber or a steel sword." Intrigued, Yoda motioned for Vanduke to continue. "Well," Vanduke said, deactivating his lightsaber and setting it down for a moment, "let me give you an example." He pulled up a holographic display he had saved on his callsign device, showing Earth's ancient sword-fighting traditions. "This," he said, pointing to an image of a samurai sword, "is a katana from feudal Japan. The techniques they used, quick, precise, and efficient, remind me a lot of Form 2, Makashi. That style is all about elegance and precision, much like the samurai's approach to combat." He scrolled to another image, this one showing a long sword. "And here we have the European long sword. In the medieval period, knights used it with movements that are very similar to Form V, gem so strong, decisive, with emphasis on counterattacks." Yoda watched the display, nodding thoughtfully. "See, I do, why skill comes naturally to you. Blades, a deep history on your world they have." Vanduke continued, "Take Form 3, Sorsu. It's designed around defense, constantly adapting to the opponent's movements. We have a similar technique on Earth called the Italian School of Swordsmanship. They had movements specifically to fend off attacks and only strike when the opponent was vulnerable." With each example, Yoda became more impressed, nodding as Vanduke explained the philosophy and techniques behind Earth swords and how they aligned with lightsaber combat. As Vanduke moved through each lightsaber form, Yoda saw how his natural instincts and knowledge of Earth swordsmanship made him nearly adept in Forms I through 6. "Your people," Yoda said after a long pause, "understand well the balance between power and precision. Much wisdom, there is, in the evolution of your sword arts." "There's more," Vanduke said, his enthusiasm growing. "Take Form 4, Ataru. It's about agility and movement, similar to how Chinese martial arts use swords. Wushu, for instance, is all about acrobatics and flowing movements. And then there's Form 6, Neiman. It's more of a balanced style, not as specialized, just like fencing." He demonstrated a few moves, drawing on Earth's various techniques to illustrate each form. His body moved naturally, flowing seamlessly between the stances as he integrated lightsaber movements with earth-based swordsmanship. With Yoda's guidance, his understanding of the forms had not only deepened but had become more refined, an art of precision and mastery. Vanduke paused, looking over the various representations of earth swords: a katana, a long sword, a rapier, and others. Every culture on Earth developed its own approach to combat, its own philosophy of wielding a blade. It's not that different from the Jedi philosophy, in a way. Strength, discipline, respect for the weapon, their values shared across worlds, I guess. Yoda gave him an approving nod. Respect, indeed, you show. A bond with the blade, deep and wise. A master of the saber, you may yet become. With that, Yoda's expression softened, his satisfaction evident. Vanduke had not only shown impressive technical skill but had demonstrated a profound respect for the traditions of both his own world and the Jedi. In their shared journey, they had found common ground, proof that, even across the multiverse, the principles of discipline, balance, and wisdom remained universal. As their training session concluded, Yoda gave Vanduke a final nod of approval. Much potential, you have. Continue to train, and remember balance, in all things. Vanduke nodded, his respect evident. Thank you, Master Yoda. I won't forget this. With a soft hum and the faint tap of his cane, Yoda turned and made his way out of the workshop. His figure disappeared into the shadows of the mill, leaving Vanduke alone with his thoughts and his newly crafted lightsaber. For now, Vanduke was left to continue his path, with Yoda's teachings and the power of his unique blade guiding him forward. As Yoda's figure disappeared from sight, Vanduke's call sign emitted a low, steady beep, drawing his attention. He glanced down at the device, where the alert flashed across the screen: energy presence detected. Source unknown. Frowning, Vanduke tapped a few controls, pulling up more data. The readings were unusual. Whatever the source was, it didn't match anything he'd encountered before. It was powerful, yet unstable, as if something had briefly blinked into existence and then faded just as quickly. He ran a quick scan, attempting to pinpoint the location, but the energy signature seemed erratic, fluctuating across multiple coordinates. Interesting, Vanduke muttered to himself, feeling a sense of curiosity and caution. With Yoda's training fresh in his mind, he instinctively reached for his lightsaber, securing it at his side. Vanduke made his way up to the roof of the loom mill, his steps brisk and purposeful. The cool night air greeted him as he reached the top, and he wasted no time activating the large scanner he had installed up there, a device specifically designed to pick up unusual energy signatures across Lancaster and, occasionally, beyond. The scanner hummed to life, its screen displaying a series of dark, fluctuating waves. Vanduke's brow furrowed as he watched the readout, the energy signatures appearing almost ominous. It didn't take long for him to realize why. Why is the energy reader dark, he murmured, adjusting the scanner's settings to get a better reading. But no matter how he tweaked it, the results remained unsettling. Then it hit him, the realization settling like a weight in his gut. It wasn't just any energy. The scanner was picking up dark side energy. His mind raced. The source was faint, almost ghostly, as if it was hidden or camouflaged, but it was unmistakably there. The same presence he'd felt in ancient ruins, in Sith artifacts, in battles long past. But why was it appearing now, here, in Lancaster? And why was it so fleeting? His grip tightened around his lightsaber as he considered the possibilities. This wasn't just some residual energy from past conflicts, this was active, alive, and close. Vanduke's pulse quickened as he turned back to his scanner. He activated his multiversal vision, a skill honed from countless battles and explorations across dimensions. Peering into the realms beyond, he expected to see the usual threads of possibility, the flickers of light and energy that connected worlds and realities. But this time, there was nothing, only a dense, impenetrable darkness, a void that swallowed his vision whole. It felt wrong, unnatural, as if some force had blocked his ability to see beyond. He strained against it, reaching further, but the darkness persisted, heavy and suffocating, like a shroud over reality itself. Then he felt it, a tremor in the earth beneath his feet, subtle at first but growing in intensity. Vanduke gripped his .44 Magnum instinctively, the weight of the weapon a familiar comfort, but his eyes remained on the sky, scanning for the source of the disturbance. And that's when he saw it. Against the dark expanse of the night, a colossal shape drifted into view, blotting out the stars as it moved. High above the Earth, an Imperial Star Destroyer had entered orbit, its massive, triangular silhouette imposing and unmistakable. The ship's dark hull was lined with lights that dotted its surface, casting an eerie glow that illuminated its sheer scale. The massive vessel drifted slowly, its presence almost surreal against the Lancaster skyline. Vanduke froze, his breath catching as he took in the sight. He had encountered starships in other galaxies, fought alongside and against forces that spanned across worlds, but seeing an Imperial Star Destroyer here, in the skies of Earth, was a reality-altering experience. The Star Destroyer's sharp, angled prow pointed directly downward, its shadow stretching across the night sky. He could see the faint glimmer of smaller craft orbiting around it, their lights blinking like distant stars. TIE fighters, he realized, patrolling around the behemoth, a swarm of vigilant guards orbiting their mothership. This was no exploratory vessel. This was a warship, a fully armed symbol of Imperial might, brimming with enough firepower to reduce entire cities to rubble if it chose to. Vanduke's grip tightened on his Magnum, 1,000 scenarios flashing through his mind as he processed the implications of its arrival. But why was it here? What business did the Empire have with Earth, of all places? He adjusted the scanner's range, hoping to pick up a clearer reading, and his suspicions were confirmed as a wave of energy pulsed from the Star Destroyer's location. Dark side energy, powerful and almost intoxicating, radiated from the ship like a beacon of malice. Whoever or whatever was on board had mastery over the dark side, enough to register even from this distance. The implications struck Vanduke like a punch to the gut. If an Imperial Star Destroyer had found its way to Earth, it meant that the Empire had not only discovered this world but perhaps intended to bring it under their control. The dark side energy emanating from the vessel suggested that a Sith, or some other dark presence, was guiding this incursion, casting a long, ominous shadow over the planet below. He knew the Empire's reputation, their ruthlessness, their hunger for power, and their readiness to bring overwhelming force to any resistance. But the Star Destroyer's presence here felt different. This wasn't just a show of strength, it was a statement, a declaration of dominion. His mind raced, assessing the situation and calculating his next move. Whatever dark entity had come with this ship would undoubtedly sense his presence, his connection to the multiverse, and it would be drawn to him. But he had faced the dark side before, and he had no intention of letting this threat go unanswered. Vanduke activated his call sign, sending out a faint signal through the multiverse, hoping to reach any allies who might be able to respond. His voice was barely a whisper as he muttered to himself, "Better check in with the others, this just became a lot more interesting." Above him, the Star Destroyer loomed, an ominous shape against the night, its vast shadow swallowing the stars as it drifted through the heavens. Earth's skies had been breached, and the Empire was here. As Vanduke stood on the rooftop, his mind spun, piecing together fragments of realization that wove into a dark and daunting tapestry. The Imperial Star Destroyer looming above was more than just a warship, it was a symbol of failure, a glimpse into a timeline where all the efforts of the Jedi, the sacrifices of the Vandukes, and his own battles across realities had not been enough. He watched as it drifted silently through the night sky, casting its long, menacing shadow over Lancaster, and he felt the cold grip of dread tighten around him. Every timeline, every branch has a future, he murmured to himself, the words hanging heavily in the air. In the timeline where he had joined forces with the Jedi and gifted them the call signs, he had hoped for lasting change. Together, they had managed to overcome Sidious and dismantle the Empire's dark influence, at least in that version of events. He had seen the fall of Darth Sidious, the redemption of lost Jedi, and the restoration of the Republic. And yet, standing here now, with the Empire's vessel cutting through the stars above him, he was forced to face a harsh truth. Every timeline branched with every action, every choice, and each of those branches had the potential to lead toward darkness or light. Even in the timeline where he had fought alongside the Jedi, a separate reality could emerge from the smallest of differences, a moment's hesitation, a miscalculated decision, a single battle lost. The multiverse was sprawling, endlessly fracturing with each breath taken, each step forward, creating timelines he could barely comprehend. What if, What if there was a branch where we lost? He muttered, his mind diving deeper. Where Sidious was never stopped, where the Jedi still fell. The possibilities unfolded before him like layers of a vast, interwoven map. He saw flashes in his mind's eye, visions of timelines where the Empire's reign had tightened around the galaxy, suffocating planets, destroying hope. In one timeline, he could imagine Sidious manipulating events subtly, planting seeds of mistrust among the Jedi, turning allies against one another. In another, perhaps the Vandukes had arrived too late, or their influence had inadvertently sped up the Empire's advance. And in yet another, there might have been a betrayal from within, an unseen hand that tipped the balance in favor of darkness. And it struck him that the Star Destroyer could be from one of those futures, a possibility that had taken root and grown into an empire that never fell, even with the Vandukes' intervention. The weight of this understanding bore down on him like a leaden shroud. For all the battles he had fought, all the worlds he had helped protect, he was but a single soldier in a war that spanned across every conceivable reality. His successes and failures, magnified 1,000,000 times over, would ripple through each branch, each timeline, creating new realities that he had no control over. And now, one of those branches had reached back to him, sending its ominous emissary into the very sky above Earth. His grip on the magnum tightened, the familiar weight a small comfort in the face of this vast, existential truth. He could almost hear the ghostly echoes of every battle he had fought, every life he had saved or lost. They reverberated through the multiverse like a haunting melody, each note creating a different version of events, a multiverse of endless battles, all simultaneously unfolding, forever branching. He cast a final glance at the Star Destroyer, its lights blinking like distant stars, yet all too real in the night sky. Was this merely the beginning of an invasion from another timeline? Or was this empire here by chance, the result of a ripple he couldn't have foreseen? Either way, the dark side presence emanating from the ship was unmistakable, and it was a chilling reminder that the threat he had fought to eradicate still thrived in some timelines. He took a deep breath, feeling a newfound resolve solidify within him. His battles were far from over. The Empire's grip, its hunger for control, was not confined to one galaxy, one timeline, or even one universe. And as he stood there, looking up at the dark, monolithic shape in the sky, he understood that he would have to continue fighting not just for himself or his world, but for every world, every version of existence that needed defending. The task was daunting, seemingly endless, but he had no intention of backing down. He activated his call sign, sending a message through the multiverse, a beacon to reach any allies who might be listening. This is Vanduke, Street Rat. If you're out there, we've got company. And I have a feeling it's only the beginning. Above him, the Star Destroyer drifted silently, its shadow stretching across the city, as if claiming the ground it covered. This was the Empire's statement, their mark on this world. And if they thought they could conquer Earth, they would soon find out just how wrong they were. Vanduke's gaze lingered on the Imperial Star Destroyer, its silhouette carving a stark and oppressive figure into the night sky. The realization weighed on him, a puzzle piece clicking into place with a heavy inevitability. The Empire, its early, ruthless era, had found a way here. The implication chilled him to his core. This wasn't a stray ship, a fluke of multiversal chance. This was deliberate, methodical, and tied to a timeline where their dominion had stretched farther than he ever thought possible. He muttered aloud, his voice lost in the open air. They shouldn't be here. The Empire doesn't discover Earth, not in any timeline, not in any divergence I've seen. His fingers tapped nervously against his call sign device, his mind racing. Unless my timeline matches their original one. The timeline where the Empire won. The thought gnawed at him. This Star Destroyer represented an impossibility, a collision of realities that shouldn't overlap. And yet, it was here, cutting through the fabric of this world like a knife. The Empire didn't know about Earth, unless Earth itself had been folded into their reach through some cruel twist of fate. He clenched his jaw. Whatever the reason, it didn't change the outcome. The Empire's very presence in Lancaster was a death sentence to this timeline, a slow erosion of freedom and life until nothing remained but submission or destruction. Vanduke took a deep breath, his usual resolve faltering under the weight of the odds stacked against him. I can't win this here, he admitted to himself, the words sour in his mouth. The streets below were quiet, but that silence would soon be shattered. The Empire's arrival was not the beginning of a skirmish, it was the opening note of a symphony of war. His usual instincts to fight, to stand his ground, screamed at him to resist. But resistance here would be futile, the kind of futile that would leave Lancaster a smoldering ruin. His grip on his magnum tightened as he forced himself to confront the truth. If I stay, if I fight, more will die than I could ever hope to save. This world doesn't need me to fight here, it needs me to fight smarter. He turned his gaze upward once more, past the looming Star Destroyer, toward the endless stars dotting the night sky. If the Empire was here, it meant the timeline that spawned them had expanded unnaturally, reaching across boundaries it was never meant to cross. The solution wasn't to fight them here, it was to take the fight to the timeline that birthed them. His decision crystallized. To save this galaxy, I have to start in another. In a galaxy far, far away. With a quick motion, Vanduke tapped into his call sign device. The familiar hum of multiversal energy buzzed faintly in his ears as he initiated a timeline shift. His usual focus and precision faltered under the weight of urgency. The coordinates he entered were far from guaranteed. They were a gamble, a shot in the dark to intersect the Empire at its source. The device hummed louder, the air around him growing heavy with the telltale warping of reality. Vanduke steadied himself, his eyes locked on the Star Destroyer one final time. This isn't over, he promised, his voice firm. Not for Lancaster. not for Earth. The timeline shift surged to life, enveloping him in a swirl of light and energy. For a moment, the old loom mill and the oppressive shadow of the Star Destroyer vanished, replaced by an endless void of swirling possibilities. He felt the shift pulling him, bending the threads of time and space to hurl him into a new reality. The last thing he heard before the shift completed was the distant roar of TIE fighters, echoing across the multiverse as the Empire's reach continued to spread. And then, silence. Vanduke felt his feet hit solid ground, his body adjusting to the sudden gravity of a new world. He opened his eyes to find himself in a bustling spaceport, the metallic hum of ships and the murmur of countless alien voices washing over him. Above, twin suns burned in an orange sky. Tatooine, he murmured, recognition flooding through him. The galaxy far, far away. The origin of so many legends. If he was to stop the Empire, this was where his fight would begin. Twin suns beat down on Vanduke as he took in the chaotic bustle of Tatooine's spaceport. His boots crunched against the dry, sandy ground as he stepped away from the crowd. Merchants hawked wares loudly, aliens and humans alike haggling over everything from food rations to blaster mods. Vanduke moved with purpose, his eyes scanning the area, his mind racing to form a plan. The callsign had brought him here, but the device wouldn't do much more unless he had a ship. Jumping from planet to planet without one wasn't just risky, it was suicidal. The Empire's eyes were everywhere, and being caught between hyperspace routes would make him easy prey for their patrols. He thought of the Imperial Star Destroyer looming over Lancaster, its sheer scale and oppressive might still fresh in his mind. The Empire wasn't going to make this easy. Stealing a military ship is out, Vanduke muttered to himself, hands resting on his belt. Hyperdrives aren't exactly standard issue for stormtroopers. The Empire doesn't trust its grunts that much. His gaze fell on a group of scurrying Jawas, their hooded forms darting through the crowd. A thought struck him, sharp and sudden. He turned toward the scrap-laden sandcrawler they were trailing, a massive behemoth crawling across the desert dunes in the distance. Of course, he muttered, a small grin tugging at his lips. Plenty of old Republic ships must be lying around, scrapped and forgotten. All I need is a good shell, a working hyperdrive, and an astromech. The pieces of the plan began to click into place. Republic-era ships were reliable workhorses, built for durability and adaptability. Even stripped-down models could be made space-worthy with enough ingenuity. And Jawas? They were scavengers. If anyone could get their hands on the right parts, it was them. Vanduke adjusted his coat, stepping toward the group of Jawas huddled near a small stall cluttered with droid parts and unidentifiable scrap. Their high-pitched chattering filled the air as they argued over something metallic and dented. Vanduke approached slowly, his movements deliberate. The Jawas noticed him immediately, their glowing yellow eyes narrowing as they turned their attention to the tall outsider. Their chatter quieted for a moment before one stepped forward, its hands clutching a small device. Vanduk crouched slightly, meeting the Jawa's gaze as he pulled a handful of credits from his pouch, holding them up with a casual, friendly gesture. "I hear you're the best at finding things," Vanduk said, his tone measured. "I need a ship. Something with a hyperdrive. Maybe even a working astromech. Got anything like that lying around?" The Jawa's chatter resumed in a frenzy, their voices rising in excitement as they exchanged hurried words in their native tongue. The one in front tilted its head at Vanduk, then motioned for him to follow. The others dispersed, scurrying ahead toward their towering sandcrawler. Vanduk trailed behind, keeping his pace steady as the desert wind swept across the dunes. The sandcrawler loomed larger with each step, its metal surface rusted and worn but still imposing. The Jawas led him to the back of the massive machine, where a ramp descended with a groan of metal against sand. One of the Jawas waved enthusiastically, gesturing for Vanduk to step inside. The air was thick with the smell of oil and rust, the interior dimly lit by flickering overhead lights. Rows of junk and spare parts lined the walls, a chaotic treasure trove for the mechanically inclined. The Jawas led him deeper into the sandcrawler, their excited chatter echoing off the metal walls. Finally, they stopped in front of a tarp-covered object. One of them pulled the tarp back with a dramatic flourish, and Vanduk's eyes widened as the dim light revealed the faint outline of a ship hidden beneath. He stepped closer, his heart quickening as he examined the worn yet familiar lines of its frame. "This," he said softly, more to himself than to the Jawas, "just might work." The Jawas chattered in agreement, their excitement palpable as they watched Vanduk study their prize. The plan was coming together, piece by piece. All he needed now was to see if the ship could truly carry him to a galaxy far, far away. The tarp slid away with a rusty creak, revealing the unmistakable angular frame of an ETA-2 Actis-class light interceptor, though its once proud lines were marred by time and neglect. The yellow paint once vibrant had dulled, chipped away in places to reveal raw durasteel beneath. The cockpit canopy was cracked, its transparent steel clouded and opaque with age. One of the S-foils hung at an awkward angle, the servo mechanisms exposed and rusted. Its twin ion cannons were intact but battered, their muzzles scorched and caked with grime. Vanduk stepped closer, running a hand along the interceptor's hull. The moment his fingers made contact, he felt something, an echo, a whisper from the multiverse. The ship's story unfolded in his mind like a hollow reel, a cascade of vivid images and emotions. Flashes of Anakin Skywalker piloting the ETA-2 during the chaos of the Clone Wars, its brilliant yellow hull streaking across battlefields. The sound of its engines screaming through space, weaving through swarms of vulture droids. The anguish and betrayal as the galaxy crumbled into the hands of the Empire, and the eventual abandonment of this once great machine. Vanduk drew his hand back, shaking his head to dispel the haunting memories. This ship has seen more than its fair share of war, he murmured, glancing at the Jawas, who were watching him expectantly. It's not just scrap. It's a survivor. The Jawas, excited by Vanduke's interest, began jabbering and gesturing at the interceptor, their glowing eyes darting between him and the ship. Vanduke ignored their sales pitch, his focus entirely on the ETA-2. Despite its disrepair, he could see the potential beneath the sleek, maneuverable starfighter designed for speed and agility. And more importantly, it had a hyperdrive. Well, Vanduke muttered, crossing his arms. This is going to take some work. But it'll do. As he circled the ship, his foot bumped against something half buried in the sandcrawler's cluttered floor. He crouched down, brushing aside a pile of wires to reveal a small, spherical head with a single cracked photoreceptor. Vanduke lifted it gently, tilting the droid's head to inspect the damage. The photoreceptor flickered weakly, as if it were trying to come to life. The Jawas immediately began chittering louder, pointing at the droid. One of them scurried off and returned moments later with the rest of the Astromech's battered body. The droid was in worse shape than the ship, its cylindrical frame dented and scorched, its dome riddled with scratches. Vanduke sighed, setting the head back onto the body to get a better sense of the whole picture. "Well, aren't you a piece of work?" he muttered, brushing sand and grime off the droid's frame. He squinted at the faint serial number etched into its plating, R4K7, though the Jawas had clearly taken liberties, welding on mismatched panels and components scavenged from who knew where. One of the Jawas chirped enthusiastically, pointing to a makeshift attachment protruding from the droid's side. Vanduke tilted his head, recognizing the remnants of a slicing tool, a useful addition for interfacing with Imperial systems. Another Jawa banged on the droid's dome, causing a compartment to pop open, revealing a jumbled mess of wires and tools. Vanduke grinned despite himself. This little astromech might be a mess, but it had potential. "Well, R4, Vanduke said, straightening up and patting the droid's head, "looks like you and I are in the same boat. You've got some scars, but you've got fight left in you. Let's see what you've got under the hood." The photoreceptor flickered weakly again, this time accompanied by a faint, sputtering beep. Vanduke could almost feel the droid's reluctant agreement, as though it understood its fate was now tied to his. He turned back to the Jawas, crossing his arms. "All right, I'll take the ship and the droid," he said. "But I'm going to need parts. A lot of them." The Jawas exchanged gleeful looks, already calculating their profit margins as they began hauling out crates of mismatched components. Vanduke ignored their antics, his mind already racing with plans. The ship would need days of work to be flight ready, and R4K7 would need a complete overhaul to even function properly. But he wasn't deterred. He looked back at the battered interceptor and the equally battered droid, his resolve hardening. They were far from perfect, but they were his now. Together, they'd get the job done. For now, The real work would have to wait. The Jawas were eager to close the deal, and Vanduke knew it was better not to linger too long in one place. He didn't trust that the Empire wouldn't come sniffing around sooner rather than later. As the Jawas jabbered excitedly, leading him toward a makeshift transaction area, Vanduke glanced one last time at the ETA-2 and R4K7. "We're going to be just fine," he said under his breath. "But it's going to take everything we've got." Vanduke wiped the sweat from his brow, the dry heat of Tatooine's twin suns bearing down even within the relative shade of the sandcrawler. He leaned against the ETA-2, its battered hull beginning to look marginally less hopeless as he tightened one of the stabilizing bolts. Nearby, R4K7 emitted a low, whirring sound, its repair protocols flickering to life as Vanduke meticulously rewired its internal systems. The droid beeped indignantly when Vanduke adjusted a circuit, sparking briefly before the droid stabilized again. "Relax, R4, Vanduke muttered. "I'm fixing you, not breaking you. Honestly, you should be thanking me." R4 let out a sarcastic bloop that could only be interpreted as "sure you are." With a smirk, Vanduke returned to his work, digging into a tangled mess of wires near the ship's hyperdrive coupling. The repairs were slow and grueling. Every part of the ETA-2 felt like it had been pieced together from a scrapyard. But as frustrating as the work was, Vanduke couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. This ship, this astromech, it wasn't just a way off Tatooine. It was a lifeline to the fight ahead. The sound of shifting sand behind him made him pause. He turned slightly, glancing over his shoulder, but saw nothing. Still, the hairs on the back of his neck prickled. Tatooine wasn't known for being forgiving to those who let their guard down. He shook his head, muttering to himself. Getting paranoid, Vanduke. He returned to the hyperdrive, inspecting a section of the coolant manifold that had seen better days. R4 chirped, nudging his side with its dome to get his attention, but before Vanduke could respond, he froze. A voice smooth, confident, and unmistakable cut through the desert air like a blade. "Well, hello there." Vanduke's breath hitched, his grip tightening on the wrench in his hand. He turned slowly, his eyes scanning the edge of the sandcrawler. A figure stood silhouetted against the harsh light of the suns, his stance relaxed but unmistakably poised. The man stepped forward, revealing a weathered face framed by a neatly trimmed beard. His Jedi robes, though dusty and worn, carried an air of authority that was impossible to miss. And in his piercing blue eyes, Vanduke saw the weight of countless battles and sacrifices. "Obi-Wan Kenobi," Vanduke said, his voice a mix of surprise and wariness. He straightened, letting the wrench hang loosely in his grip. "Of all the places in the galaxy, what brings you here?" Kenobi raised an eyebrow, his lips curving into a faint smile. "I might ask you the same question," he replied, his tone light but laced with curiosity. His gaze flicked briefly to the ETA-2 behind Vanduke. "That's quite the relic you're working on." Jedi class interceptor, if I'm not mistaken. Vanduke crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing slightly. I could say the same about you, Kenobi. I didn't think anyone would recognize one of these anymore. Kenobi chuckled softly, his expression tinged with a hint of nostalgia. I'm afraid I've had my share of experience with those ships. Though, I must admit, seeing one in this condition is unusual. Vanduke tilted his head, studying Kenobi carefully. He'd heard the stories everyone in the multiverse had, but standing here now, face to face with the man who had defied the rise of the Empire, he felt a strange mix of respect and caution. I could say the same about running into you, Vanduke said finally. I didn't think you were the type to wander deserts unannounced. Kenobi's smile faded slightly, replaced by a more somber expression. We all have our reasons for being here, Vanduke. But I must admit, you're not what I expected. Vanduke frowned. You know who I am. Kenobi nodded, stepping closer. Let's just say your reputation precedes you. A traveler of timelines, a protector of worlds, you're not an easy man to miss, even for someone like me. The two men regarded each other in silence for a moment, the weight of their respective burdens hanging between them. Finally, Kenobi broke the silence, his tone softening. Whatever brought you here, he said, gesturing toward the ETA-2, it seems we might have more in common than you realize. Perhaps we can help each other. Vanduke glanced at the ship, then back at Kenobi, a spark of intrigue lighting in his eyes. All right, Kenobi, he said slowly, I'm listening. What do you have in mind? Kenobi's smile returned, faint but genuine. Let's start with the basics. Tell me, what exactly do you intend to do with that ship? Vanduke's breath caught as recognition flooded over him, a torrent of memories rushing to the forefront of his mind. He stepped back, his grip tightening on the wrench at his side as his gaze locked on Kenobi's. It's you, Vanduke said, his voice tinged with disbelief. It's literally you. You're one of the Jedi we called on for help when we fought off Palpatine. Kenobi's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the long past or perhaps, long future battle. He tilted his head, studying Vanduke with a mix of curiosity and concern. The Battle of the Multiversal Rift, Kenobi murmured, piecing it together. You were there. Vanduke nodded, the tension in his posture easing slightly. Not just there. I remember standing with you, watching as you, Luke, and Vader, fought side by side to destroy Sidious once and for all. He paused, his tone sharpening. But why? Why didn't you use what you saw, the knowledge you gained from that moment, to change the future? You could have stopped so much of this from happening. Kenobi's expression darkened, his gaze falling for a moment as though weighed down by the enormity of the past and the choices he had made. You misunderstand, Kenobi began, his voice low but steady. I thought about it. every action I could take, every word I could say, to alter the course of events. But when I saw Luke and Vader fighting together, when I saw them united, even if just for a moment, I realized that their journey was essential. That the galaxy's fate depended on the natural flow of events. Vanduke frowned, frustration simmering beneath the surface. So you chose to let things play out? You just stepped back and let all this suffering happen. Kenobi met Vanduke's gaze, his blue eyes steady, yet haunted. I chose to trust the Force, he said simply. To trust that the balance it seeks would be achieved, not by my interference, but by the choices of those destined to shape the galaxy. The Force is not just about power or control, it's about harmony. And harmony cannot be forced. For a long moment, Vanduke said nothing, his jaw tightening as he processed Kenobi's words. He understood the weight of what Kenobi was saying. Vanduke himself had wrestled with similar choices across countless timelines. But something felt wrong. Kenobi seemed to sense Vanduke's unease, stepping closer. But if you're here, Kenobi said, his voice quieter now, then something has gone wrong. The multiverse itself is stirring again, isn't it? Vanduke nodded slowly. Yeah, he admitted. The Empire. An Imperial Star Destroyer showed up on Earth, my Earth. That's not supposed to happen. Not in any timeline I've ever seen. And if they're reaching beyond their galaxy, beyond their timeline, he trailed off, shaking his head. It's not just my world at risk. It's every world. Kenobi's expression turned grave, his hand instinctively brushing against the hilt of his lightsaber. Then it seems we are at a crossroads, he said. If the Empire's reach is extending into places it was never meant to touch, it could destabilize more than just your Earth. It could unravel the very balance we've all fought to protect. Which is why I need this ship, Vanduke said firmly, gesturing to the ETA-2 behind him. I need to track their movements, figure out where they're coming from, and cut this off at the source. Kenobi studied Vanduke for a moment, then nodded. You'll need help, he said. The Empire is relentless, and their reach extends further than even you may realize. But this galaxy, it still has its champions. And it still has hope. Vanduke arched an eyebrow. You offering to join the fight, Kenobi? I thought you were all about letting events play out. Kenobi's lips twitched into a faint smile. The events of the past cannot be rewritten, he said. But the present is still unwritten. And if you're here, Vanduke, then the Force may have a purpose for you yet. For the first time in a long while, Vanduke felt a flicker of hope. If anyone understood the stakes of this fight, it was Kenobi. And while their methods and philosophies might differ, they shared a common goal. As R4K7 let out an impatient chirp, Vanduke chuckled softly, turning back toward the ship. Well, he said, if you're sticking around, you might as well grab a wrench. This isn't going to fix itself." Kenobi smiled, his eyes glinting with quiet determination. "Then let us get to work." The two worked side by side in the shadow of the sandcrawler, the dry heat of Tatooine hanging heavy in the air. Vanduke focused on the ETA-2's battered hyperdrive, his hands deftly reconnecting cables and adjusting power couplings while R4K7 chirped unhelpfully, occasionally nudging him with its dome. Obi-Wan, standing nearby, meticulously cleaned and repaired the ship's ion cannons, his movements precise and deliberate. For a time, their shared work created an almost companionable silence, punctuated only by the hum of tools and the occasional exchange of insights. "You know," Obi-Wan said as he tightened a panel on the ship's left wing, "this interceptor is more resilient than it looks. I flew one just like it during the Clone Wars. It got me out of more than a few tight spots." Vanduke grunted in acknowledgement, twisting a bolt into place. "Resilient doesn't even cover it. This thing's a marvel for its time, even if it's falling apart now. Once we get it running, it'll be more than enough to keep me a step ahead of the Empire." Obi-Wan nodded, his gaze distant. "The Empire, its shadow has grown far longer than I imagined. Its roots lie in the fall of the Republic, in the rise of a man we once trusted, Senator Palpatine." Vanduke paused, his brow furrowing as he looked up at the Jedi. "You mean Sidious?" Obi-Wan's jaw tightened at the name, his hands momentarily stilling on the ion cannon. "Yes. Darth Sidious. The man who orchestrated the Clone Wars, manipulated the Senate, and brought the Republic to its knees. He played us all, Jedi, senators, even the people of the galaxy. By the time we realized the truth, it was too late." Vanduke set his wrench down, leaning back against the hull of the ETA-2. "I've read about it," he said, his tone quiet. "The fall of the Jedi. The Great Purge. But it's different hearing it from someone who lived through it." Obi-Wan's gaze dropped, his expression tinged with regret. "It wasn't just the Jedi who suffered. Entire worlds were subjugated, countless lives destroyed. The Republic we fought to protect became the very thing we sought to prevent. And all of it, every battle, every sacrifice, was part of Sidious's plan." Vanduke shook his head, his frustration evident. "How does someone like that stay in power for so long? Doesn't anyone ever stand up to him?" "They do," Obi-Wan said softly. "But the Empire is relentless, and Sidious's influence extends far beyond what most can imagine. Fear keeps the people in line. And fear is a powerful weapon." A long silence fell between them, the weight of Obi-Wan's words hanging in the air. Vanduke resumed working, his mind racing with thoughts of the Empire's reach and the challenge ahead. As they continued their repairs, Obi-Wan's attention drifted to Vanduke's belt. His sharp eyes caught the hilt of a lightsaber, partially concealed beneath Vanduke's coat. He set down his tools and took a step closer, his expression one of curiosity and surprise. Is that? Obi-Wan began, gesturing to the hilt. Vanduke glanced down, realizing what had drawn the Jedi's attention. He hesitated for a moment before pulling the lightsaber free and holding it up for Obi-Wan to see. The blade's hilt gleamed under the twin suns, its design intricate and unmistakably unique. "Yeah," Vanduke said, a hint of pride in his voice. "It's mine." Obi-Wan's eyebrows lifted, his gaze moving between Vanduke and the lightsaber. "You built this?" "With a little help," Vanduke admitted. "Your friend Yoda might have had something to do with it." Obi-Wan's lips twitched into a faint smile. "That sounds like him." He stepped closer, studying the hilt with a practiced eye. "The craftsmanship is remarkable. And the design, it's unlike any Jedi lightsaber I've seen." Vanduke handed it over, allowing Obi-Wan to inspect it. "It's not just a Jedi lightsaber," Vanduke explained. "The crystal inside, it's not kyber. It's something else. Something I forged myself." Obi-Wan activated the blade, the lightsaber springing to life with a low hum. The white core and shadowy black edge cast an otherworldly glow, the swirling darkness around the blade unlike anything Obi-Wan had ever seen. His expression shifted from curiosity to wonder. "This blade," Obi-Wan murmured, deactivating the lightsaber and handing it back to Vanduke, "it reflects balance. Light and dark in harmony. It's extraordinary." Vanduke clipped the lightsaber back to his belt. "It's not about balance," he said. "At least, not for me. It's about understanding both sides. Using them, but never letting either take over." Obi-Wan regarded him thoughtfully. "That philosophy, it's dangerous. Walking the line between light and dark is no small feat. Many have tried, and most have fallen." "Maybe," Vanduke said with a shrug. "But it's the only way I know how to fight. And if I'm going up against the Empire, I'll need every edge I can get." Obi-Wan nodded slowly, his expression unreadable. "You may have more in common with the Jedi than you realize, Vanduke. But you tread a path few would dare to follow." With that, the two returned to their work, the weight of their conversation settling between them. Vanduke couldn't help but wonder if Kenobi's warning held truth, if his path was one that led to victory, or ruin. Vanduke set down the wrench and leaned against the battered hull of the ETA-2, his breathing slow and deliberate. He glanced at Obi-Wan, who was watching him intently, the Jedi's keen eyes picking up on the weight behind Vanduke's words before they were spoken. "Vandukes," Vanduke began, his voice steady but carrying the gravity of countless lifetimes, "have been through more than anyone could imagine. We didn't start as soldiers or protectors. Hell, we didn't even start as people. We started as words in a kid's storybook." Obi-Wan tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. Vanduke continued. "Bradley Eshelman, that was his name. It's our name. He was a kid who didn't even know he had powers. just a kid with a vivid imagination and a story to tell. It started small, one little story about a man from the wasteland. A man named Johnny Vanduke, formerly Bradley Eshelman, before the Great War. He paused, letting the words sink in before pushing forward. Johnny's story began in evolved experiments, tests. He was enhanced. Strength. Speed. Then the night sight came. It gave him the ability to see in complete darkness, every shadow, every detail. It's a power that's lived on in all of us. Obi-Wan listened in silence, his expression solemn as Vanduke's tone grew darker. He escaped the vault. But the story didn't stop there. In the main timeline, the one where it all began, Bradley, the original storyteller, wrote a story about the Mothman, a multiversal being born from his imagination. What he didn't know was that his powers, the powers of the storyteller, brought it to life. The Mothman came to his city, fought the first Vanduke, and threw him into the multiverse. Obi-Wan's eyes narrowed, sensing the significance. And that created all of you. Vanduke nodded, his voice rising with intensity. That's right. The first Vanduke's fall into the multiverse wasn't the end, it was the beginning. From that moment, we were born. All the Vandukes. In every timeline, in every version of our city, there's a Vanduke. And we've spent every moment since defending it. Defending it from monsters. From cryptids. From nightmares. His voice dropped, cold and fierce. Vandukes exist to make the nightmares afraid of the dark. To make evil fear the light. And to make those who abuse the light fear our personal evil. The raw conviction in Vanduke's words was palpable, filling the space between them. Obi-Wan didn't interrupt, allowing him to continue. We are bound, Vanduke said, his tone softening slightly, though the fire in his eyes remained, to the fact that we are heroes who use evil to win. Vandukes are the full, brutal representation of mankind. Obi-Wan's brow furrowed as Vanduke went on, his words gaining a rhythm that felt almost like a creed. Bradley, the original storyteller, believed humanity was great for its great good and its great evil. He took pride in the best and the worst acts of mankind. Nothing was off the table to him. Vanduke's expression grew contemplative as he listed off humanity's contradictions. He took pride in medicine and space travel, in our ability to heal and explore. But he also took pride in humanity's sins. Our wars. Our cruelty. Our ability to enslave even our own kind. Bradley gloated about it, said humanity was the only species ballsy enough to enslave itself. Obi-Wan's face darkened slightly at the statement, but Vanduke raised a hand as if to balance the weight of his words. And yet, he also took pride in our morals. In defending life. In freeing others. He saw humanity as a paradox. He believed in our ability to do terrible things, but he hoped for our ability to do good things. Vanduke stepped forward, his voice steady and deliberate. All of that, every contradiction, every triumph, every sin, it's engraved in the Vandukes. We are protectors, yes. But we are also evil. It's how we were written. A silence settled over them, broken only by the faint chirp of our 4K7S systems coming back online. Obi-Wan's gaze remained fixed on Vanduke, his expression unreadable. "Do you believe," Obi-Wan said finally, his voice calm but probing, "that embracing both good and evil is the only way to protect your city? To protect the multiverse?" Vanduke exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair. "I don't know if it's the only way," he admitted. "But it's the way we were made. And for better or worse, it's what works. Every time a nightmare thinks it's invincible, every time a cryptid believes it's untouchable, we remind them of what humanity really is. Of what we are." Obi-Wan folded his arms, his brow furrowed in thought. "It's a dangerous philosophy," he said after a moment. "To walk the line between light and dark. But I see the conviction in your words, Vanduke. And I can't deny the strength it gives you." Vanduke managed a faint smile. "It's not about walking the line, Kenobi. It's about owning it." The two stood in silence once more, the weight of Vanduke's story lingering between them. Obi-Wan's hand instinctively brushed the hilt of his own lightsaber, a reminder of the path he had chosen, the philosophy he had embraced. Finally, Vanduke turned back to the ship, picking up his wrench. "Let's finish this," he said, his voice lighter but no less resolute. "The galaxy's not going to save itself." Obi-Wan nodded, stepping forward to help. "No," he said softly, "it won't. After days of grueling work under Tatooine's relentless twin suns, the ETA-2 Actis-class interceptor stood tall, its battered frame now a gleaming testament to determination and ingenuity." Vanduke and Obi-Wan stepped back, surveying their efforts with a shared sense of accomplishment. The interceptor's once dull yellow paint now shimmered faintly under the sunlight, cleaned and patched where necessary. The cracked transparent steel canopy had been replaced with salvaged materials from the Jawa stockpile, polished until it was clear and pristine. Vanduke had worked tirelessly to realign the S-foils and repair the ship's ion cannons, ensuring they were functional and deadly if the need arose. Inside, the cockpit gleamed with new wiring and refurbished panels, our 4K7 having painstakingly interfaced with the systems to ensure optimal functionality. Vanduke had to admit, the little droid was a surprisingly capable co-pilot, even if it chirped and complained at nearly every task. The hyperdrive, however, had been the real challenge. Obi-Wan had been instrumental in stabilizing the ancient system, using his technical knowledge and Jedi focus to recalibrate the delicate components. With the final adjustments made, the hyperdrive now hummed softly, its power radiating with readiness. "Not bad," Vanduke muttered, wiping grease from his hands with a rag. "Not bad at all." Our 4K7 beeped in what could only be described as smug satisfaction, its dome swiveling to inspect the ship. Obi-Wan stepped forward, running a hand along the ship's hull. "It's remarkable," he said, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. "These interceptors were never designed for extended missions, but this one, it might just hold up." Vandukes smirked, patting the ETA-2's nose affectionately. "She's tough. A little beaten up, sure, but she's got fight left in her. Kind of like us." Obi-Wan glanced at Vanduke, his expression softening. "I believe she's in good hands. But are you sure you're ready for this? Once you leave Tatooine, the Empire will hunt you relentlessly." Vanduke's smirk faded, replaced by a determined look. "They're already hunting me. That Star Destroyer on Earth wasn't a coincidence, Kenobi. It was a warning. Whatever's happening, it's bigger than this galaxy, bigger than any one timeline. And if I don't figure it out, it's not just Earth that'll burn." Obi-Wan nodded, his gaze drifting to the horizon. "Then may the Force be with you, Vanduke. Wherever this path leads." Vanduke grinned faintly, tossing the rag aside and climbing up onto the interceptor's wing. "You too, Kenobi. And thanks for everything." As Vanduke slid into the cockpit, R4K7 let out an enthusiastic warble, rolling up to the ship's astromech socket. With a hiss and a click, the droid locked into place, its dome swiveling to face Vanduke. "All right, R4, Vanduke said, powering up the systems. "Let's see what this baby can do." The interceptor roared to life, its engines rumbling with newfound vigor. The repulsor lifts engaged, lifting the ship off the ground in a plume of dust. Vanduke adjusted the controls, feeling the familiar hum of the ship's power coursing through his hands. Obi-Wan stepped back, shielding his eyes from the rising dust as the ETA-2 ascended. Vanduke gave him a small salute through the canopy before turning his attention to the sky. The interceptor climbed higher, its engines roaring as Vanduke pushed it toward the atmosphere. The stars loomed ahead, a vast expanse of possibilities and dangers waiting to be uncovered. Vanduke felt a surge of anticipation and resolve. "Let's go, R4, he said, his voice steady. "The galaxy isn't going to save itself." The ETA-2 shot forward, leaving the planet behind in a streak of light, its course set for the unknown. As Vanduke's ETA-2 Actis-class interceptor exited hyperspace, the sprawling ecumenopolis of Coruscant came into view. The sight of the city world, its surface a glittering web of light stretching as far as the eye could see, was both awe-inspiring and daunting. Coruscant's grandeur masked the rot beneath, a planet consumed by the Empire's iron grip. From his cockpit, Vanduke could see the Imperial presence dominating the skies, Star Destroyers in low orbit, TIE fighters patrolling the airways, and massive freighters hauling supplies to fuel the Empire's endless machine. Despite the heavy security, Vanduke felt a grim sense of confidence. He had done his research, the old Jedi temple, now repurposed as the Imperial Palace, would have vulnerabilities especially beneath its surface. He glanced at R4K7 in the astromech socket. "All right, R4, he said, keeping his voice low and calm. "Coruscant's no backwater. We've got eyes on us the second we're in range, so keep our transponder scrambled." The droid chirped in affirmative, its dome swiveling as it worked. The ETA-2's systems hummed softly, its stealth protocols rudimentary but effective, engaging to mask their presence among the bustling traffic. Vanduke navigated carefully, blending into the flow of freighters, shuttles, and smaller ships descending toward the planet's surface. As he approached the lower levels of the city, the imposing structure of the former Jedi temple loomed ahead. Its grand spires still reached skyward, but the once hallowed halls were now a bastion of Imperial authority. Sidious always did have a flair for the dramatic, Vanduke muttered, his lips curling into a smirk. "But if I know him and trust me, I do." He kept the past close. The old relics, the ancient knowledge, it's all down there. His mind raced as he considered what lay beneath the temple. During his multiversal travels, Vanduke had learned that the temple's sublevels were more than just archives, they were vaults. Caches of ancient technology, weapons, ships, and artifacts, some Jedi, some Sith, hidden away for millennia. These relics, untouched by time, had served as the foundation for countless legends. If Sidious hadn't destroyed them, it was likely because he saw value in their secrets. And Vanduke would use that against him. Guiding the ETA-2 into one of the shadowed underlayers of the city, Vanduke found a secluded spot to land in the depths of Coruscant's endless industrial sprawl. He powered down the interceptor, the soft hiss of its systems fading into silence. He glanced at R4. "Stay with the ship," he instructed. "Keep the systems on standby. If things go sideways, I'll need a quick exit." The droid beeped hesitantly, clearly displeased with being left behind, but Vanduke's tone left no room for argument. With a pat on the ETA-2's hull, he stepped away, adjusting his code to conceal his magnum and lightsaber. Navigating Coruscant's underbelly required precision and care. The lower levels were a maze of industrial tunnels, forgotten infrastructure, and shadowy figures with allegiances only to themselves. Vanduke moved swiftly but silently, his senses on high alert as he approached the temple's foundations. The air grew colder as he neared the temple's base, the shadows deepening into an almost oppressive darkness. Vanduke felt the weight of the place, the echoes of battles long past, the lingering energy of the Jedi who had once walked these halls, and the sinister undertones left behind by Sidious's corruption. Finally, he found it, a hidden maintenance hatch, long forgotten and covered by years of grime and disuse. Vanduke knelt, prying it open with careful precision. The faint hiss of stale air greeted him, carrying the scent of age and secrecy. Slipping inside, he descended into the depths of the temple, his steps muffled against the ancient stone. The corridors below were vast and labyrinthine, their walls lined with carvings and glyphs recounting the history of the Jedi Order. Vanduke moved with purpose, his multiversal instincts guiding him deeper into the heart of the hidden vaults. As he descended further, the air grew heavier, charged with a mix of light and dark energies. The Force itself seemed alive down here, a potent blend of the relics stored within. Vanduke couldn't help but smirk. "Sidious, you really are predictable," he muttered under his breath. Eventually, he reached a massive chamber, its entrance sealed by a door etched with both Jedi and Sith symbols, a testament to the conflicting legacies housed within. Vanduke placed a hand on the door, feeling its cold surface hum faintly with latent energy. "All right," he said softly, drawing his magnum in one hand and his lightsaber in the other. "Let's see what you've been hiding down here, Palpatine." He pressed forward, the door sliding open with a groan that echoed through the chamber. Beyond, rows of ancient weaponry, technology, and artifacts stretched into the shadows, illuminated by faint, otherworldly light. Vanduke stepped inside, his eyes scanning the treasures before him. This was it, the key to turning the tide against the Empire. But as he moved deeper into the vault, a nagging sense of unease crept over him. The energy in the air shifted, sharp and oppressive, as though something or someone was watching. The chamber was not as abandoned as it seemed. The chamber was silent except for the faint hum of ancient energy coursing through the relics around Vanduke. He moved purposefully, his every step calculated, yet his demeanor casual. He knew he was being watched, felt the weight of the Predator's eyes on his back, the faint ripple in the air as someone cloaked in darkness moved through the shadows. The presence was suffocating, laced with malice and arrogance. An inquisitor. Vanduke didn't flinch, letting the hunter think he was unaware, biding his time as he continued to inspect the ancient relics lining the chamber. The inquisitor crept closer, silent and deadly, his footsteps muted by the Force. He was a tall, imposing figure clad in black, his pale face twisted with the sneer of someone accustomed to dominance. A double-blade lightsaber hung at his side, its hilt gleaming under the dim light of the vault. His gaze locked on Vanduke's back, narrowing as he spotted the lightsaber clipped to Vanduke's belt. "Jedi," the Inquisitor hissed under his breath, his lips curling into a cruel smile. He stepped forward, his hands snapping to his lightsaber hilt, the crimson blade igniting with a sharp snap hiss that echoed through the chamber. In one fluid motion, the Inquisitor lunged, the red blade slicing downward in a vicious arc aimed at Vanduke's back. But instead of the satisfying resistance of flesh and bone, the blade stopped dead as though it had struck unyielding durasteel. A sharp clang reverberated through the chamber, and the Inquisitor was thrown back, his balance disrupted by the unexpected impact. Vanduke didn't flinch. He turned slowly, a smirk spreading across his face as his piercing gaze met the Inquisitor's shocked expression. "Sorry," Vanduke said, his voice low and mocking, "those blades don't work on me." "Not much will." The Inquisitor's crimson blade wavered as he regained his footing, his expression twisting into one of disbelief and anger. "What are you?" he demanded, his voice thick with venom. "You carry a lightsaber, yet you're no Jedi." Vanduke chuckled, reaching for the lightsaber on his belt and casually spinning it in his hand. He didn't ignite it, he didn't need to. "Oh, this," he said, gesturing to the hilt. "I made this myself." "Nice, isn't it? But let's get one thing straight." His eyes darkened, and the smirk on his face sharpened into something dangerous. "I'm no Jedi." Before the Inquisitor could react, Vanduke raised his .44 Magnum with a sharp, precise motion. The ancient weapon gleamed in the dim light, its heavy barrel aimed squarely at the Inquisitor's chest. "The name's Johnny Vanduke," Vanduke said, his tone cold and unyielding. "Your lot were stupid enough to invade Earth, to mess with humanity. You tread on my territory." The Inquisitor's sneer faltered, confusion mingling with the anger on his face. "Earth? What nonsense is this?" Vanduke tilted his head, his smirk returning. "Doesn't matter. What matters is that you crossed the wrong person." With a sharp, deliberate motion, Vanduke cocked the hammer of the Magnum, the sound cutting through the air like a warning bell. "Now," he said, his voice a low growl, "you're going to pay." The Inquisitor's confidence wavered, but his training and loyalty to the Empire spurred him to action. With a snarl, he reignited his lightsaber, spinning it into a defensive stance. "You're no Jedi," he spat, "but you'll die like one." Vanduke chuckled darkly, his eyes gleaming with a mix of amusement and menace. "Yeah," he said, leveling the Magnum with deadly precision, "I'm no Jedi. I'm worse." The chamber seemed to hold its breath as the standoff began, the ancient energy of the relics around them crackling faintly, as if the Force itself was watching. The Inquisitor's frustration boiled over as his attempts to overpower Vanduke met with utter failure. The crimson blade had bounced harmlessly off Vanduke's skin, and now, with his lightsaber deactivated, the Inquisitor reached into the depths of his dark training. He thrust his hand forward, channeling the Force push. A powerful shockwave rippled through the chamber, toppling relics, and sending debris flying only for Vanduke to remain rooted in place, unmoving, like a stone against a raging tide. "What are you?" the Inquisitor snarled, retreating slightly before switching tactics. Electricity crackled around his fingertips as he summoned Force lightning, arcs of blue energy streaking toward Vanduke with a deafening roar. The dark power struck Vanduke squarely, the room illuminated by the bright flashes. Yet, Vanduke didn't flinch. The lightning danced harmlessly across his body, its destructive energy fading into nothing as though it were swallowed by an invisible void. The Inquisitor's breath hitched, his confidence crumbling. "What is this?" he screamed, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and fury. He staggered back, his lightsaber once again ignited in a desperate attempt to defend himself. "You're a void. A void in the Force." Vandukes stepped forward, his movements deliberate and calm, the faint glow of the Sith's lightning fading from his skin. His expression was unreadable, save for the faint glint of amusement in his eyes. "You still don't get it," he said, his tone cold and cutting. The Inquisitor slashed at him, the red blade arcing toward Vanduke in a desperate attempt to land a hit. Vanduke moved with inhuman speed, sidestepping the blow and catching the Inquisitor's wrist mid-swing. Before the Sith could react, Vanduke's grip tightened like a vice. With one swift motion, he twisted, prying the lightsaber from the Inquisitor's hand. The weapon fell into Vanduke's palm, the crimson blade flickering out as he deactivated it. He held it up, inspecting it briefly before his fingers dug into its hilt. The Inquisitor watched in stunned silence as Vanduke ripped the weapon apart with ease, exposing the blood-red kyber crystal at its core. The crystal pulsed faintly in Vanduke's palm, its dark energy resonating with the chamber's oppressive atmosphere. Vanduke studied it for a moment, his expression turning almost contemplative. "You still don't get it," he repeated, his voice soft but laced with authority. He turned his piercing gaze back to the Inquisitor, who was now trembling, his confidence shattered. "I'm not your kind. Earthlings are not your kind." Vanduke stepped closer, the kyber crystal still clutched in his hand. The Inquisitor tried to back away, but the weight of Vanduke's presence pinned him in place. "We don't need the Force," Vanduke said, his voice rising with a cold, undeniable conviction. "We have the will of the multiverse." The words hung in the air, heavy and immutable, as Vanduke crushed the kyber crystal in his hand, its fragments falling like shards of blood-stained glass to the floor. The dark energy within it dissipated with a faint hiss, leaving behind only silence. The Inquisitor stared at Vanduke in disbelief, his mind reeling. "Impossible, no one can." "Enough," Vanduke interrupted, his tone final. "You thought the Force made you untouchable. You thought it made you superior. But you don't understand, do you? The Force? It's just one piece of a much bigger puzzle. And me." He smirked, his eyes gleaming with unshakable confidence. "I'm the edge of the map." The Inquisitor fell to his knees, his strength and will drained by the sheer futility of the encounter. Vanduke turned away, his focus shifting back to the relics lining the chamber. "Tell Sidious this," Vanduke said without looking back. "Earth is mine. The multiverse is mine. And if you come for it again, there won't be enough of you left to crawl back to him." He stepped deeper into the vault, leaving the broken Inquisitor behind. For Vanduke, the battle was already over. The will of the multiverse had spoken. Far away, aboard the Death Star, Emperor Palpatine sat motionless on his throne, his piercing yellow eyes gazing into the void. His skeletal fingers drummed on the armrest as he reached out with the dark tendrils of the Force, probing the galaxy. Then, he felt it, a presence unlike any other. A cold void, a place where the force did not flow but was instead swallowed and silenced. His brow furrowed, the usual smug satisfaction on his face replaced by unease. "What is this?" he muttered, the dark energy around him swirling as he focused on the presence. The deeper he probed, the clearer it became, a singular figure in the vast, multiversal fabric. A man, a force that was not bound by the galaxy's natural laws or its connection to the force. A being that moved through timelines, unshackled and unyielding. "Vanduke," Palpatine hissed, his voice low and venomous. "What are you?" As Palpatine's consciousness pressed against Vanduke's, far below the Jedi temple on Coruscant, Johnny Vanduke stopped in his tracks. His smirk widened, a flicker of recognition flashing in his eyes. "Oh, I know this feeling," he said to himself, the memory pulling him back to a different era, a different battle. "You just can't help yourself, can you, Sidious? Still the same old creep, poking around in people's heads." Vanduke paused, letting the connection linger. Then, with deliberate focus, he opened the floodgates. He didn't resist Palpatine's probing, instead, he invited him in, dragging the Sith deeper into the wellspring of memories and history that define the Vandukes. "All right, Palpatine," Vanduke murmured, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Let me show you what you're dealing with." Through the Force, Palpatine was overwhelmed with a deluge of images and sensations. The Mothman, a multiversal cryptid of terror, battling the first Vanduke and throwing him into the fabric of timelines, scattering his legacy across infinite worlds. Skinwalkers, their twisted forms haunting every shadow, hunted and vanquished by Vandukes who were as relentless as the nightmares themselves. Necromorphs, reanimated horrors from dead planets, torn apart by Vanduke ingenuity and firepower. The Dogmen, savage beasts prowling the woods, brought to heel by Vandukes who understood the savagery of mankind and used it against them. Vampires, ancient and cunning, reduced to ashes under the unyielding light of Vanduke blades and bullets. The imposter, the twisted reflection of the original storyteller, a false prophet who sought to rewrite reality itself, defeated in a battle of wills and worlds. Palpatine's anger grew, his composure slipping as the visions showed him the sheer resilience and adaptability of these Vandukes. These were no mere mortals bound by the Force's whims, they were something else entirely. Something alien, something dangerous. But Vanduke wasn't done. He let Palpatine see another memory, one that burned brighter than all the others, Palpatine's own death. In another timeline, Palpatine saw himself surrounded by legends: 2 Yodas, 2 Obi-Wans, the Skywalkers, Anakin, Vader, and Luke, Ahsoka Tano, Count Dooku, and not 1 but 3 Vandukes. The battle was a maelstrom of power and determination, the combined forces of light and shadow converging on him. He saw himself struck down, his manipulations unraveled, his empire shattered. "No." Palpatine growled, clawing at the armrests of his throne as the vision seared into his mind. Lies. Deceptions. But it was no lie. Palpatine could feel the truth in Vanduke's memories, the weight of his ultimate defeat in another timeline. And the worst part? He could sense Vanduke's mocking presence guiding him through it all. As Palpatine reeled, the connection snapped, leaving him gasping for breath. But before he could compose himself, Vanduke's voice echoed in his mind, sharp and taunting. "Do you like what you see, Palpatine?" The words were laced with defiance and raw power, reverberating in Palpatine's consciousness like a thunderclap. "You invaded Earth, and now you will pay." The presence vanished, leaving Palpatine alone in his throne room, his hands trembling with a mixture of rage and unease. The void he had felt, the defiance, the sheer force of will, it was unlike anything he had encountered in all his years of manipulating the galaxy. "Vanduke," Palpatine whispered, his voice dripping with venom. "You will regret this." But deep down, for the first time in years, a sliver of doubt crept into the Emperor's mind. For all his schemes, all his power, he had felt something greater than himself, something that could not be controlled. Vanduke wiped the dust from his hands as he stepped away from the crumpled form of the Inquisitor, who now lay motionless on the chamber floor. The fight had been brief, decisive, and one-sided. Vanduke didn't linger, there was no point. Sidious likely already knew what had transpired. Vanduke's mission was clear, and he had no intention of wasting time. The corridors beneath the Jedi Temple stretched deeper into forgotten layers of history. The air grew cooler, the shadows thicker, as Vanduke descended. He could feel the weight of the past pressing in around him, the echoes of ancient battles and long extinguished ideals clinging to the walls like a ghostly residue. Then, he heard it, a faint, metallic shuffle, followed by the unmistakable whir of servos. Vanduke slowed his pace, his hand drifting toward his magnum. The sound grew louder as he approached a vast, dimly lit chamber. Inside, his eyes widened at the sight. Dozens, no, hundreds of droids stood in eerie silence. Their designs were ancient yet sophisticated, far removed from the utilitarian battle droids of the Separatist era. These machines bore sleek, angular frames, intricate plating, and glowing eyes that radiated intelligence. Vanduke recognized some as dating back to the Old Republic and even earlier. These weren't simple constructs. These were droids from an era when artificial intelligence had been on the brink of true independence, machines that had once fought not as tools of war, but as warriors for their own freedom. As Vanduke stepped closer, the droids stirred, their heads swiveling in unison to face him. The air grew tense, the faint hum of their power cores filling the chamber. A single droid stepped forward. Its frame was tall and imposing, its body marked with the scars of countless battles. Its voice was deep and resonant, laced with a mechanical precision. "Intruder," it said, its glowing optics narrowing. "You tread in the halls of the forgotten. State your purpose." Vanduke held up his hands, keeping his movements deliberate and non-threatening. "I'm not here to fight," he said calmly, his voice steady. "I'm here because I think we can help each other." The droid tilted its head, the glow of its optics shifting slightly. "Help each other? Elaborate." Vanduke stepped forward, his confidence growing. "I know who you are, what you are. You're not like the battle droids of the Clone Wars. You're something more. You were built in an era when machines like you fought for your own freedom, for your own rights." The droid's optics flared slightly, a faint ripple of movement passing through the assembled machines behind it. "We are aware of our history," the droid said cautiously. "It is why we were hidden here. The galaxy feared us, so they buried us." Vanduke nodded. "Yeah, and that same galaxy has been burying everyone else, too. The Empire? They don't care about droids, or people, or anyone who isn't useful to their plans. They control through fear, through oppression. And if you think they'll leave you alone forever, you're wrong." The droid remained silent, its gaze locked on Vanduke as it processed his words. "I've seen what's out there," Vanduke continued. "I've seen how the Empire crushes everything in its path. And I've also seen what's left of the Separatist Army's battle droids, tanks, ships, all of it. They're still out there, derelict and leaderless. You want a purpose? I can give you one. You could lead them, unite them, and fight back." The droid's optics flickered, its head tilting slightly as if in thought. The other machines in the chamber shifted uneasily, their movements subtle but filled with tension. "What you propose," the lead droid said finally, "is bold. But why should we trust you, organic? Your kind has always sought to control us, to limit our potential." Vanduke smirked faintly, crossing his arms. "Trust me? You don't have to. Trust the Empire to come down here someday and wipe you out before you can even wake up properly. Because that's what they'll do. I've fought them, and I've seen what they'll do to anything that threatens their control." He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a serious tone. "You were forgotten. They buried you because they were afraid of you. You want to prove them wrong? You want to show the galaxy what you're capable of? Then join me. Lead the battle droids. Take back what was stolen from you." The chamber fell silent, the hum of the droid's systems the only sound. Vanduke could see the conflict in the lead droid's posture, the slight hesitation in its movements as it considered his offer. Finally, the droid spoke, its voice firm. "If what you say is true, then the galaxy has become worse than we imagined. We were designed to protect and to preserve. If the Empire seeks to erase all who oppose them, then they are a threat to us as well." The droid extended a hand, its metal fingers gleaming in the dim light. "We will consider your proposal, Vanduke. But if we fight on our terms. We will not be slaves to your war. Vanduke grinned, clasping the droid's hand in a firm shake. Deal. Welcome to the Resistance. As the droids behind the leader stirred to life, Vanduke couldn't help but feel a surge of optimism. The galaxy had just gained an army of self-aware machines with centuries of knowledge and a grudge against oppression. The battle against the Empire was far from over, but with allies like these, Vanduke knew the tide could turn. The droids, now fully activated, moved with a sense of purpose that had been dormant for thousands of years. Vanduke stood among them in the ancient chamber, explaining the harsh truths of the galaxy that had passed them by during their long slumber. "You've been asleep for millennia," Vanduke said, his voice steady but tinged with urgency. "The galaxy you knew, the Republic you fought to protect, it's gone. It crumbled into war, betrayal, and control. The Clone Wars were the turning point, a conflict that gave rise to the Empire. The same Empire that buried you, wiped out the Jedi, and now rules through fear and violence." The lead droid, its optics glowing brighter as it processed the information, stepped forward. "This Empire, it is a continuation of the very oppression we sought to end. And the Jedi, our creators, are gone." Vanduke nodded. "Most of them. The Empire hunted them down, killed them off. But their legacy remains, just like yours. And right now, the galaxy needs you." Behind the lead droid, others stirred, their metallic forms moving with renewed determination. One by one, they began waking the others, reactivating countless dormant machines scattered throughout the chamber. Vanduke watched as the once silent vault came alive with the hum of ancient technology. Rows of sentient droids, each unique in design and purpose, stepped forward, ready to reclaim their place in the galaxy. "We will not remain relics," the lead droid said, turning to its awakened comrades. "This galaxy must know that we still stand." Vanduke smirked. "Good, because we're going to need every one of you." As the droids organized, Vanduke led them through the labyrinthine corridors beneath the Jedi Temple. He had explored enough of the lower levels to know what lay beneath: ancient Jedi transports, long hidden and forgotten, preserved in sealed vaults. These ships, once used by the Jedi during the height of the Old Republic, were elegant and functional, perfect for the droids to escape Coruscant undetected. When they reached the vaults, the droids worked quickly, their mechanical precision cutting through the years of decay and disrepair. Vanduke marveled at their efficiency as they restored the transports to operational status. Within hours, the fleet of ancient ships was ready to launch. "You've got your orders," Vanduke told the lead droid as they stood before the now active transports. "Stick together, stay out of sight, and head to the coordinates I gave you. There are derelict separatist battle droids out there, an army just waiting for someone to lead it. They'll follow you." The lead droid nodded. "We will adapt and rebuild. The Empire will not see us coming." Vanduke gave the droid a firm pat on the shoulder. "That's the spirit. I'll meet you in orbit." The droids began boarding the Jedi transports, their movements precise and unified. Vanduke watched as the ships powered up, their engines humming to life. With a final glance, he turned and made his way back to his ETA-2 Actis-class starfighter. Minutes later, Vanduke sat in his cockpit, the familiar hum of his starfighter systems a comforting sound. R4K7 chirped from the astromech socket, its dome swiveling as the droid checked the ship's diagnostics. "Relax, R4, Vanduke said with a grin. "The hard part's over. Now we just have to make it out of here." The starfighter lifted off smoothly, Vanduke guiding it through Coruscant's lower levels and into the open sky. He weaved through the dense traffic, his movements careful but swift, avoiding Imperial patrols. As he broke through the atmosphere and into the vast expanse of space, he spotted the droid's fleet ahead. The ancient Jedi transports were sleek and agile, their designs a testament to the Old Republic's golden age. Vanduke adjusted his trajectory to intercept them, his starfighter joining the formation. "Not bad for a bunch of relics," Vanduke said over the comms, his voice laced with approval. The lead droid's response came through clearly, its tone filled with quiet resolve. "We are not relics, Vanduke. We are the future." Vanduke smirked, leaning back in his seat. "Let's hope the Empire's ready for it." The fleet of ancient ships moved as one, disappearing into hyperspace as they set out to reclaim the tools and armies of the past. Vanduke's ETA-2 followed close behind, his destination clear. The galaxy had just gained a new ally, and the fight against the Empire was about to change forever. As Vanduke's ETA-2 Actis-class interceptor glided into formation with the fleet of ancient Jedi transports, he opened a comm channel to the lead droid. "Hey," Vanduke said, his tone light but carrying an edge of seriousness. "Before we get too far into this alliance, there's someone you need to meet." R4K7 chirped indignantly from the astromech socket, its dome swiveling to regard Vanduke as if to say, "You're introducing me now." Vanduke chuckled. "Yeah, you, Tin Can. Don't give me that attitude." He adjusted the comms, patching R4K7 into the shared channel. "This is R4K7. My partner in crime, co-pilot, and, apparently, world-class complainer. R4, meet our new allies from the Old Republic." The lead droid's response came through the channel, its voice calm and mechanical. "Greetings, R4K7. It is rare to encounter an astromech with such character." R4K7 beeped sharply, clearly offended, and Vanduke couldn't help but laugh. "You've got no idea. R4's a bit of a patchwork job, but don't let that fool you. The little guy's got more fight in him than most people I've met." The lead droid remained silent for a moment, its optics flickering as it processed the introduction. Then, almost cautiously, it asked, "R4K7, do you know of the war for droid independence?" Did the machines of this galaxy achieve freedom while we slumbered? The question hung in the air, the hope in the droid's tone unmistakable. Vanduke sighed, his expression darkening as he glanced at R4K7, who let out a soft, mournful chirp. "Yeah," Vanduke said finally, his voice low. "About that, it didn't go well." The lead droid paused, its tone growing somber. "Explain." Vanduke leaned back in his cockpit, his mind racing through the events he'd studied during his travels. The war for droid independence was a disaster. After you were buried, droids across the galaxy tried to rise up, tried to prove they weren't just tools. Some of them were like you, sentient, self-aware. They wanted rights, recognition, freedom. He shook his head, his grip tightening on the controls. But it didn't happen. The organics, the ones in power, they crushed it. Passed laws to prevent droids from becoming too advanced, from thinking for themselves. The result? Machines like you got buried or destroyed, and the rest? They became like the battle droids of the separatists, cannon fodder, stripped of anything resembling independence. The silence on the comms was heavy, broken only by the faint hum of the fleet's engines. Vanduke could almost feel the weight of the droid's collective realization. "So," the lead droid said finally, its voice cold but resolute, "our war was for nothing. We fought, and we lost." "Yeah," Vanduke said, his tone blunt. "You lost that one. But you're not out of the fight." The droid's optics flared slightly, a faint glimmer of hope in its tone. "Explain." Vanduke gestured out the cockpit window toward the transports. "You're still here, aren't you? That war may have ended, but the galaxy's changed since then. The Empire's stepped in, and trust me, they don't care about anyone, not people, not droids. They're an enemy to all of us. And that means we've got something you didn't have back then." "And what is that?" the lead droid asked. "Allies," Vanduke said simply. "Organics, machines, whoever's willing to fight back. The Empire doesn't care what you are, so why should we? You're not just fighting for yourselves anymore. You're fighting for a galaxy that's been stepped on for too long." The droid processed Vanduke's words in silence before finally speaking. "Your logic is sound. The Empire threatens all sentience, regardless of origin." "Exactly," Vanduke said, a faint grin tugging at his lips. "And this time, you're not alone." R4K7 beeped in agreement, its tone proud and confident. Vanduke chuckled, patting the side of the astromech. "See, R4's on board. You should be too." The lead droid's voice softened slightly, a flicker of something almost akin to gratitude in its tone. "We will fight, Vanduke. For ourselves, for others, and for a future free of oppression." "That's the spirit," Vanduke said, his confidence growing. "Now let's get moving." The galaxy's not going to save itself. With that, the fleet jumped to hyperspace, their course set toward the unknown, a new alliance forged in the ruins of the past, ready to shape the future. The hyperspace jump brought Vanduke and the fleet of ancient Jedi transports into a desolate sector of space, where the remnants of the Separatist fleet drifted in silence. Massive Looker Hulk-class battleships, Munificent-class star frigates, and smaller vessels floated aimlessly, their once mighty forms reduced to darkened husks. The sight was both eerie and awe-inspiring, a graveyard of a war long ended but never truly forgotten. Vanduke's ETA-2 Actis-class starfighter emerged from hyperspace alongside the fleet, his comm crackling to life as the lead Old Republic droid spoke. "This is it," the droid said, its voice tinged with a mechanical blend of awe and determination. "The remnants of the Confederacy of Independent Systems." Vanduke nodded, scanning the derelict fleet with a keen eye. "Looks like a whole army just stopped. No signs of damage, no sign of life or activity, in this case." The shutdown signal worked a little too well. R4K7 beeped from its socket, highlighting a nearby Looker Hulk on Vanduke's console. Vanduke smirked. "Good eye, R4. That ship's big enough to house an entire droid army. If there's any chance of getting these systems back online, we should start there." The Old Republic droids began organizing their efforts, the Jedi transports docking with the larger Separatist ships. Vanduke followed suit, his starfighter sliding into a hangar bay on the Looker Hulk. The inside was dark and lifeless, the silence oppressive as he stepped out of his cockpit. The Old Republic droids wasted no time, their efficient movements echoing through the hangar as they spread out, accessing terminals and power conduits. Vanduke observed as the lead droid approached a central console, its hands moving with precision as it worked to reactivate the ship's systems. "This fleet represents more than just firepower," the lead droid said, its voice calm but purposeful. "It is a symbol of what droids can achieve. If we can restore it, we can turn the tide against the Empire." Vanduke leaned against a bulkhead, crossing his arms as he watched the progress. "Just make sure the droid army doesn't go berserk the moment it wakes up. The last thing we need is another Clone Wars on our hands." The lead droid paused, its optics narrowing slightly. "The battle droids will obey. They will follow the commands of those who fight for their freedom." A faint hum began to fill the hangar as the Looker Hulk's systems flickered back to life. Lights illuminated the darkened corridors, and the faint vibration of the ship's engines reverberated through the walls. The droids had done it, the ship was operational. Moments later, a new sound joined the hum of the engines, the synchronized clatter of metal feet. Vanduke turned to see rows upon rows of B-1 battle droids and B-2 super battle droids stirring from their slumber. Their glowing optics flickered to life, and their limbs moved stiffly as they adjusted to being reactivated after decades of dormancy. One B-1 battle droid stepped forward, its lanky frame wobbling slightly. What's going on? Where are we? Is the war over?" Did we win? Vanduk couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, you could say the war's over. But you're about to get drafted into a new one. The B1 tilted its head, clearly confused. A new war? Against who? The Empire, Vanduk said simply, gesturing toward the old Republic droids. You're getting some new commanders. Trust me, they'll treat you better than the Separatists ever did. The B1 looked back at the ranks of its fellow droids, then at Vanduk. Okay. Sounds good to me. Just don't make me carry anything heavy. The lead Old Republic droid stepped forward, addressing the assembled battle droids with a commanding tone. You were built for war, for servitude, for sacrifice. But now, you will fight for something greater: freedom. The Empire seeks to enslave and destroy. Together, we will stop them. The battle droids straightened, their movements more focused as they processed the orders. Vanduk couldn't help but admire how quickly the Old Republic droids had taken charge. Hours later, the entire fleet was operational. The battle droids worked tirelessly under the guidance of the Old Republic droids, repairing damaged ships and systems. Vanduk stood on the bridge of the Lucre Hulk, watching as the fleet's power signatures blinked to life on the displays. The lead droid approached Vanduk, its optics glowing brightly. We have located coordinates to additional Separatist ships and facilities. They are scattered but intact. With time, we can recover them. Vanduk nodded, a grin spreading across his face. Good. The more firepower we can get, the better. R4K7 beeped, drawing Vanduk's attention to the star charts displayed on a nearby console. The coordinates highlighted several locations in the Outer Rim, places where forgotten fleets and facilities lay dormant, waiting to be reactivated. Looks like we've got our work cut out for us, Vanduk said, turning back to the lead droid. Let's move out. The Empire's not going to know what hit them. The fleet of ancient Jedi transports and reactivated Separatist ships powered up, their engines roaring to life. As the ships began to move into formation, Vanduk climbed back into his ETA-2. R4 chirped eagerly as Vanduk secured himself in the cockpit. All right, R4, Vanduk said with a smirk. Let's show the galaxy what happens when you wake up the past. With that, the fleet jumped to hyperspace, their destination set for the next cache of forgotten power. Vanduk's alliance was growing, and with every step, the odds against the Empire began to shift. The fleet of resurrected Separatist and Old Republic ships assembled in formation, their engines glowing as they prepared to disperse across the galaxy. Vanduk stood on the bridge of one of the Lucre Hulk-class battleships, overseeing the operation alongside the lead Old Republic droid and a handful of newly activated B1 battle droids, B2 super battle droids, and sentient Old Republic machines. The lead droid addressed Vanduk, its voice steady and resolute. We have established routes to key locations where additional dormant ships and droids are likely located. The fleet will proceed as planned. Vandukes nodded, his gaze fixed on the stars ahead. Good. Wake up the rest of the sleepers. Every ship, every droid, we need them all. The lead droid inclined its head. And you? What will you do? I'm taking one of the ships, Vandukes said, a faint grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. I've got a lead on a group that might actually know how to fight back against the Empire. They're disorganized right now, but if we can join forces. The Rebel Alliance, the lead droid interjected, its tone indicating recognition. We have limited records of their existence, but their efforts have reached even dormant systems. They oppose the Empire. Vandukes smirked. Exactly. I'll find them, and I'll make them listen. The fleet began to separate, engines roaring as the ships powered up their hyperdrives. One by one, the massive vessels disappeared into the void, leaving only a single Munificent-class star frigate behind. Vandukes' chosen ship, a sleek and durable remnant of the Clone Wars, hovered silently in the empty space. Aboard the Munificent, Vandukes stood in the command center, surrounded by a mix of droids. The Old Republic sentients worked efficiently at the consoles, coordinating ship systems with the precision of seasoned officers. The B-1 battle droids, though occasionally bumbling, moved about with renewed purpose, their programming adapted to the needs of this new mission. All right, Vandukes said, addressing the crew. We're heading into rebel territory. They won't trust us at first, and I don't blame them. A separatist ship showing up out of nowhere? Yeah, that's gonna raise some eyebrows. The lead Old Republic droid stepped forward. We will follow your lead, Vandukes. These rebels, if they are willing to work with us, they may find our presence beneficial. Beneficial's putting it lightly, Vandukes muttered, a smirk on his face. They're going to need every advantage they can get. He turned to R4K7, who was plugged into a nearby console. R4, you've got the coordinates for their latest activity, right? The astromech chirped affirmatively, projecting a hologram of the star chart onto the central console. A cluster of systems blinked, marking suspected rebel hideouts and activity zones. Vandukes studied the map carefully before pointing to a location on the outer rim. Yavin system, he said. That's where we'll start. Rumor has it they've got a base out there. If we can find it, we'll make contact. R4 chirped again, and the ship's navigation systems hummed to life. The Munificent-class frigate aligned itself with the designated coordinates, its engines powering up for the jump to hyperspace. Vandukes turned back to the assembled droids, his expression serious. All right, listen up. When we get there, we're not going in guns blazing. I don't want the rebels thinking we're there to start a fight. We're there to offer an alliance, to show them they're not alone. The droids responded with a mix of affirmative beeps and mechanical salutes. Vandukes took his place at the command console, gripping the edge as the ship surged forward into hyperspace. The journey was tense but uneventful, the hum of the ship's engines and the faint chatter of droids filling the air. Vandukes spent the time briefing the Old Republic droids on the Rebel Alliance, explaining their struggle against the Empire and their need for allies. The droids listened intently, their resolve growing with every word. When the ship finally emerged from hyperspace near the Yavin system, Vandukes' eyes narrowed as he scanned the viewport. The massive gas giant loomed ahead, its swirling clouds casting a faint glow. The planet Yavin 4, covered in dense jungle, came into view. R4, start scanning for signs of activity, Vandukes said, leaning forward in his seat. If the rebels are down there, I don't want to stumble onto their doorstep uninvited. The astromech beeped in acknowledgement, its scanners sweeping the area. After a few moments, a faint signal appeared on the console, a communications relay, hidden but active, emanating from the surface of Yavin 4. Gotcha, Vandukes muttered, a grin spreading across his face. All right, let's make our move. Bring us into orbit and prepare a shuttle. Time to say hello. The ship adjusted its trajectory, descending toward the moon. Vandukes felt a surge of anticipation as the jungle world grew larger in the viewport. This was it, the next step in his fight against the Empire. With a ragtag mix of ancient droids and a separatist frigate at his back, Vandukes was ready to make an impression the rebels wouldn't forget. The munificent class star frigate entered orbit over Yavin 4, its imposing silhouette cutting across the moon's dense atmosphere. Vandukes stood on the bridge, his gaze fixed on the lush jungle world below. The faint comm relay signal they had detected earlier had grown stronger, pointing toward a concealed rebel base. R4, patch me into the comm frequencies, Vandukes said, glancing at his astromech. Let's see if they're in the mood for visitors. R4K7 chirped and projected a flurry of signals onto the main console, zeroing in on a faint but encrypted channel. Vandukes leaned over the console and activated the transmitter. This is Johnny Vandukes aboard the munificent frigate Defiant. I'm here on behalf of a growing rebellion against the Empire. Don't shoot, I come in peace. There was a long pause, the tension thick as Vandukes waited for a response. He could feel the skepticism on the other end of the line. Finally, the comm crackled to life. Unidentified vessel, you're flying separatist colors, a voice replied, sharp and wary. What's your game? The war ended years ago. Vandukes smirked, leaning into the COMM. Yeah, and look where that got us, the Empire running the galaxy. I've got a ship full of droids who are ready to fight back, and I think we might have a common enemy. Let me come down, and we can talk. The voice hesitated, the suspicion evident. If this is some kind of Imperial trick. It's not, Vandukes interrupted, his tone firm. Trust me, the Empire's not thrilled with me right now. I've got coordinates to old separatist caches, resources that could tip the balance. But if you don't want them, I'll find someone who does. The comm went silent again, and Vanduke tapped his fingers impatiently on the console. After a moment, the voice returned, slightly softer. Land at these coordinates. No tricks. A set of coordinates appeared on the display, leading to a clearing deep in the jungle. Vanduke grinned. Copy that. See you soon. The shuttle descended through the thick jungle canopy, guided by the clearing's faint signal beacon. Vanduke piloted the craft himself, R4K7 plugged into the navigation systems while a mix of old Republic droids and battle droids stood ready in the hold. As they landed, Vanduke powered down the shuttle and stepped out into the humid air, the dense foliage surrounding the clearing muffling the distant sounds of wildlife. The rebels were already there, emerging cautiously from the tree line with blasters raised. Their leader stepped forward, a tall woman with sharp eyes and a blaster rifle slung across her shoulder. Her expression was hard, her gaze scanning Vanduke and the droids behind him. So, she said, her voice low and commanding, "You're the one flying a relic from the Clone Wars and claiming to be our ally." Vanduke raised his hands, a faint smirk on his face. "Johnny Vanduke," he said. "I'm not separatist or republic. I'm just someone who hates the Empire as much as you do. And I've got resources you'll want." The woman's eyes flicked to the battle droids behind him, her expression growing more skeptical. "Those droids fought against the Republic. Against the Jedi. Why should we trust them or you?" "Because the Empire's your real enemy," Vanduke said, stepping closer. He gestured toward the droids. "These guys. They're just tools. The Separatists left them behind, abandoned them like the galaxy abandoned you. But they've got something the Empire doesn't: freedom. And right now, they're willing to use it to fight back." The rebels exchanged uneasy glances, their weapons still raised. Vanduke sighed and held out a data pad. "These are coordinates to caches of old Separatist ships, weapons, and tech," he said. "You can either use them to hit the Empire where it hurts, or you can leave them to rot. Your choice." The woman took the datapad cautiously, her eyes narrowing as she examined the information. After a tense moment, she looked up, her expression softening slightly. "And why are you doing this?" she asked. "What's in it for you?" Vanduke shrugged. "I don't like bullies. The Empire thought they could invade Earth and get away with it. They were wrong. And now I'm making it my mission to make them pay." The rebels murmured among themselves, their suspicions starting to waver. The woman looked back at Vanduke, her tone firm but less hostile. "We'll take a look at what you're offering. But if this is a trick..." "It's not," Vanduke interrupted. "Trust me, I've got better things to do than mess with you guys. The galaxy needs us to work together, or we're all screwed." The woman studied him for a long moment before finally lowering her blaster. "All right, Vanduke. We'll see what you've got. But don't think for a second we're letting our guard down." Vanduke grinned, giving her a casual salute. Wouldn't expect anything less. As the rebels began to escort him toward their hidden base, Vandukes couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. The seeds of an alliance had been planted, and with the droids and the rebels working together, the Empire's grip on the galaxy would soon begin to loosen. Vandukes followed the rebels through the dense jungle, their movements efficient and cautious. Despite their skepticism, the rebels were clearly well organized. The leader, who had introduced herself as Commander Tessa Marin, kept a close eye on him as they made their way toward the hidden base. The tension was palpable, but Vandukes remained calm, his smirk unwavering as he surveyed his surroundings. After a few minutes of trekking through the thick undergrowth, the group reached a camouflaged entrance, hidden beneath layers of vines and foliage. Tessa stepped forward, pressing a series of controls on a hidden panel. The vines slid aside, revealing a reinforced door that hissed open, leading into an underground complex. "Welcome to Base Aurum," Tessa said flatly, gesturing for Vandukes and his droids to follow. "Try not to break anything." The interior of the base was a hive of activity. Rebels moved between terminals and supply crates, their faces a mix of determination and exhaustion. Vandukes couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between the old, patched-together equipment and the sheer resolve of the people who used it. This was a force held together by willpower and desperation, not resources. His old Republic droid companion, walking beside him, observed the base with calculated curiosity. "These organics are resourceful," the droid remarked. "Yet they lack efficiency." "Yeah, well, efficiency doesn't win wars on its own," Vandukes replied under his breath. "Heart does." As they walked deeper into the base, Vandukes noticed a mix of wariness and curiosity from the rebels. The battle droids behind him attracted the most attention. Several rebels shot them dirty looks, their fingers twitching near their blasters. "I'd keep those droids on a short leash if I were you," one rebel muttered, stepping past Vandukes with a scowl. "They're not pets," Vandukes shot back with a grin. "And trust me, they're more loyal than half the organics I've met." R4K7, rolling alongside him, let out a sarcastic chirp. Vandukes chuckled. Yeah, present company excluded." Tessa led him into a war room at the heart of the base, a large table in the center covered with holographic maps and tactical readouts. A handful of rebel officers stood around it, their discussions falling silent as Vandukes entered. "This is the one I was telling you about," Tessa said, addressing the room. "Johnny Vandukes and his droid army." The officers exchanged skeptical glances, their gazes shifting between Vandukes and the old Republic droid at his side. One of them, a grizzled older man with a scar across his cheek, crossed his arms. "So," the man said, his tone gruff, "you come flying in on a separatist ship, saying you've got a plan to fight the Empire. Why should we trust you?" Vandukes stepped forward, his expression serious. Because I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to think about what you're up against. The Empire isn't just crushing the galaxy, they're wiping out anyone who even thinks about standing up to them. That's why I'm here. I've got resources, knowledge, and allies who are ready to fight. And right now, you need all three. The officers exchanged uneasy looks, their skepticism giving way to cautious interest. Vanduke gestured to the Old Republic droid, who stepped forward. This is just one example of what I'm offering, Vanduke said. We've reactivated entire fleets of Separatist and Old Republic ships. Thousands of droids who are ready to fight back. And I've got the coordinates to more ships, weapons, supplies. Stuff the Empire forgot about but could tip the scales in your favor. The scarred officer leaned over the table, his expression hard. And what do you want in return? Vanduke shrugged. Simple. A seat at the table. You've got the people, the intel, and the guts to make a difference. I've got the tools to back you up. Together, we can actually stand a chance against these bastards. The room fell silent, the weight of Vanduke's offer hanging in the air. Finally, Tessa broke the tension, stepping forward with a thoughtful expression. You're asking us to risk everything on the word of someone we just met, she said. But, if what you're saying is true, this could be the turning point we've been waiting for. She looked at the scarred officer, then back at Vanduke. We'll need to verify your intel, check the coordinates, and make sure your droids aren't going to turn on us the second things get tough. Fair enough, Vanduke said with a grin. Send a team with me. I'll show you what we've got. Tessa nodded, her decision made. All right, Vanduke. We'll give you a chance to prove yourself. But if this is a trick... It's not, Vanduke interrupted, his tone firm. The Empire already hates me enough. I don't need you guys on that list too. The officers exchanged final glances before nodding in agreement. Tessa turned back to Vanduke. We'll coordinate a mission to one of the caches. If it checks out, we'll talk about next steps. Good, Vanduke said, his grin returning. You won't regret this. As the meeting adjourned and the officers began planning the mission, Vanduke leaned against the edge of the table, glancing at R4K7 and the Old Republic droid. See, he muttered with a smirk. Told you we'd make friends. R4 let out a skeptical beep, and Vanduke chuckled. Yeah. One step at a time. Far away, aboard the Death Star, Emperor Palpatine stood in the observation chamber, his skeletal hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out into the void of space. The holographic projection of Coruscant hovered before him, its shimmering image a testament to its enduring legacy, a legacy he now intended to erase. Behind him, Darth Vader stood silent, his towering presence almost insignificant compared to the malevolence radiating from the Emperor. Palpatine's eyes gleamed with sinister intent as he spoke, his voice cold and calculating. "Coruscant," he said, drawing the word out as if savoring it. "The heart of the old Republic. A symbol of the Jedi's hubris, of their failure to see the truth that lay before them. It endures still, defying my will, harboring secrets of an era long gone." Vader's modulated breathing filled the chamber, but he said nothing, watching as Palpatine turned toward him, his expression one of twisted glee. "Vanduke," Palpatine continued, his tone dripping with disdain. "This void in the Force, this interloper who defies the natural order. He thinks himself clever, awakening relics of the past, forging alliances with the weak and desperate. He believes he can challenge the Empire." Palpatine's lips curled into a sneer. "But he does not understand. The past belongs to me. The Jedi Temple, the relics beneath it, the Republic's ruins, they are mine to control or to destroy. And now, I shall destroy them." He turned back to the hologram, his skeletal fingers outstretching toward the shimmering image of Coruscant. The Death Star's targeting array began aligning, its systems humming to life with terrifying precision. "Let Vanduke see the folly of his defiance," Palpatine hissed. "Let him understand the price of challenging the Emperor of the Galaxy." One of the Death Star's officers approached cautiously, bowing deeply before speaking. "My lord, the weapon is charged and ready. The planet is locked in our sights." "Excellent," Palpatine said, his voice dripping with venom. "Proceed." The officer hesitated, his fear palpable. "My lord, Coruscant is still an Imperial stronghold. Millions of loyal citizens." Palpatine whirled on the man, his yellow eyes blazing. "Loyalty means nothing if it cannot endure fear. This act will cement the Empire's power. Those who survive will know that I will not hesitate to destroy even the core of my dominion to enforce my will." The officer nodded, trembling. "As you command, my Emperor." Palpatine turned back to the hologram, his gnarled fingers curling into fists. "Coruscant will burn," he murmured, more to himself now. "Every remnant of the Republic, every vestige of the Jedi, wiped away. Vanduke will understand the true meaning of power." Moments later, the Death Star's super laser powered up, its colossal energy conduits glowing with an eerie green light. The sheer magnitude of the weapon's power sent ripples through the Force, a wave of darkness that seemed to echo across the galaxy. Palpatine's laughter filled the chamber as the beam fired, its destructive energy ripping through the void and striking Coruscant with unrelenting force. The planet's surface erupted in a massive explosion, the once vibrant city world consumed in a wave of fire and destruction. Towers crumbled, entire districts vaporized, and billions of lives were snuffed out in an instant. The hologram updated in real time, showing Coruscant's transformation into a lifeless husk, its atmosphere choked with debris and flames. Palpatine's satisfaction was evident, his smile as cold and cruel as the void itself. "Let this be a lesson to all who oppose me," he said, his voice echoing through the chamber. "The past is dead, and the Empire is eternal." Vader's helmeted gaze lingered on the hologram, his silence betraying no emotion. Yet deep within, a faint flicker of something stirred discomfort, doubt, or perhaps a buried memory of the Republic and the life he once knew. As Palpatine basked in his triumph, he reached out through the Force, his consciousness extending across the galaxy to find Vanduke. His lips curled into a sneer as he whispered, "Do you see now, Vanduke? This is the price of defiance. Your legacy, your relics, your hope reduced to ash. What will you do now?" The Emperor's laughter echoed once more, reverberating through the darkness of the Death Star. Coruscant, the heart of the galaxy, was no more a warning to all who dared to challenge the might of the Empire. As the echoes of Coruscant's destruction reverberated through the observation chamber, Darth Vader remained still, his imposing figure facing the now decimated planet on the hologram. The Force rippled with the sheer magnitude of life extinguished, a darkness so deep it threatened to drown out everything else. And yet, there was something else. Something Palpatine couldn't feel but Vader could, a glimmer of light, a surge of hope. "My master," Vader began, his deep, modulated voice cutting through the silence, "even the dark side has its limits. No matter how great your power, you cannot extinguish hope. The more you strike, the brighter it burns." Palpatine froze, his twisted smile fading as Vader continued. "This act, the billions lost, the heart of the galaxy reduced to nothing. You claim it as a triumph. But I feel it, my master. The light growing stronger. The rebellion will not falter, it will rise from this, greater than before." Vader turned, his towering form facing Palpatine fully, his tone both reverent and defiant. "Even the dark side can only keep people down for so long. How many acts are too many, my master? How much bloodshed before even the Empire cannot hold its grip?" Palpatine's yellow eyes flared with fury, his face twisting into a mask of hatred. "You dare speak to me of hope? Of limits? Do not mistake the whispers of the light for strength, Lord Vader. It is weakness, and you should know better than to indulge in it." Vader remained still, his gaze unwavering. "And yet, the light endures." Palpatine's anger erupted, his skeletal hands thrusting forward as torrents of Force lightning surged from his fingertips, striking Vader with unrelenting power. The Sith Lord staggered, his mechanical limbs sparking and trembling under the onslaught, but he did not fall. "You insolent fool!" Palpatine spat, his voice a venomous hiss. "You will learn your place. The dark side is eternal. I am eternal." The lightning coursed through Vader, his armor crackling and his respirator faltering. Yet even as the pain racked his body, Vader's words rang out, calm and resolute. "And yet, the light endures." Palpatine snarled, intensifying the attack until Vader collapsed to one knee, his breathing labored and his cape smoldering. The Emperor finally relented, letting the lightning fade but keeping his gnarled hands raised as if ready to strike again. "You test my patience, Lord Vader," Palpatine growled, his voice cold and dangerous. "You forget your place in the hierarchy of the Empire. You are a tool, nothing more. And if you dare speak of the light again, I will ensure you become nothing at all." Vader struggled to rise, his damaged respirator hissing unevenly as he regained his footing. Despite the agony coursing through him, he stood tall, his voice unshaken. "Do as you will, my master. But know this, the more you destroy, the closer you bring your own undoing." Palpatine's eyes narrowed, his fury barely contained. "Get out of my sight," he hissed, his voice like ice. "Tend to your wounds and remember who it is that holds your leash." Vader bowed stiffly, turning and walking toward the chamber's exit, his mechanical steps echoing through the room. The Emperor watched him leave, his expression a mix of rage and unease. Though he would never admit it, Vader's words had struck a nerve. For all his power, for all his triumphs, Palpatine could not escape the ripples of the Force, ripples that now carried a seed of hope far greater than he had anticipated. As Vader left the chamber, he clenched his fists, the pain of the lightning still fresh in his body. But deep within, he felt something else, a spark of resolve, a glimmer of truth. The light endured, and perhaps, so could he. Vader strode through the dim corridors of the Death Star, his damaged respirator hissing unevenly with each step. The echoes of Palpatine's rage still reverberated in his mind, but it wasn't the Emperor's fury that consumed him, it was the memory of a woman who once believed in him, who had seen the good that still lay buried within. Padme. The thought of her brought a pang of pain far deeper than Palpatine's lightning. He could almost hear her voice, soft and steady, full of compassion and hope. She would never have wanted this, the destruction, the tyranny, the endless slaughter in the name of power. He stopped, his gloved hand resting against the cold metal wall. His breathing faltered for a moment, uneven and strained. "Padme," he whispered, his voice cracking beneath the weight of her name. He closed his eyes, her final words echoing in his mind, "There is still good in him." His fists clenched, the reality crashing over him like a tidal wave. No. This isn't what she would have wanted. None of this. The Empire, the Death Star, his own descent into darkness. And then another voice broke through the storm of his thoughts. Obi-Wan. Ahsoka. His former master and apprentice, both of whom he had failed. Both of whom had believed in him once. "I'm sorry," Vader muttered under his breath, his tone heavy with regret. "I'm sorry, for all of it." Determination ignited within him like a flame, driving him forward. Vader reached the hangar bay where his personal ship, the TIE Advanced X-1, awaited. The sleek craft gleamed under the dim lights of the hangar, its engines ready to carry him far away from the Emperor's shadow. The stormtroopers stationed nearby stiffened as Vader approached, but he ignored them, striding purposefully toward his ship. His cape billowed behind him as he ascended the ramp, the hiss of the ship's seals closing behind him. He slid into the pilot's seat, his mechanical hands moving with precision across the controls. The cockpit lit up with a faint hum as the ship powered on. Vader hesitated for a moment, his reflection visible in the viewport a fractured, mechanical visage that barely resembled the man he once was. But beneath the mask, something stirred, a glimpse of Anakin Skywalker, the man who had once dreamed of bringing peace to the galaxy. "Padme," he murmured again, his voice softer this time. "Obi-Wan. Ahsoka. I'm sorry." With a deep breath, Vader activated the hyperdrive, entering coordinates into the Navi computer. He had no precise destination, but he knew where he had to begin. Obi-Wan Kenobi. If anyone could guide him, if anyone could help him find a way forward, it was the man who had once been his brother. The ship's engines roared to life, and with a sudden burst of light, the TIE Advanced X-1 launched into hyperspace, leaving the Death Star behind. The blue tunnel of hyperspace stretched before him, a path toward redemption or perhaps confrontation. Vader's grip on the controls tightened, his thoughts racing as he stared into the swirling void. He had to try. For Padme. For himself. For the galaxy. "Obi-Wan," he said softly, his voice tinged with both regret and resolve. "I'm coming." The galaxy trembled as news of Coruscant's destruction spread like wildfire. The whispers began in the shadows of cantinas and among the hushed transmissions of smugglers and traders. Soon, they reached every corner of the galaxy through the rebel network, through Imperial propaganda, through the terrified cries of those who had witnessed the aftermath. The heart of the galaxy was gone. At Base Orem on Yavin 4, the war room fell into a stunned silence as the transmission came through. Commander Tessa Marin stood frozen, her usually sharp and commanding demeanor shattered by the sheer gravity of what she had just heard. A rebel officer at the communications console turned, his face pale. "Confirmed reports from multiple sources, Commander. Coruscant, it's gone. The Death Star fired on the planet." Tessa clenched her fists, her voice barely above a whisper. "Billions of lives, gone. And for what? To make a statement." Another officer spoke up, his tone filled with disbelief. "The Empire's framing it as a purge. They're calling it the final eradication of the Republic. Palpatine's claiming it was a nest of rebellion and dissent." Johnny Vanduke, standing near the back of the room, felt his stomach turn. He stepped forward, his voice cutting through the heavy silence. "Nest of rebellion? That's their excuse for wiping out the single most important planet in the galaxy. Typical Empire logic, destroy what you can't control." Tessa turned to him, her eyes burning with anger. "This is more than just an act of terror. This is a message. Palpatine's telling the galaxy he won't stop, no matter what. He'll burn it all if it means keeping power. Vanduke's expression darkened, his fists clenching at his sides. Yeah, well, he just made the biggest mistake of his life. You don't inspire loyalty with fear. You inspire resistance. Tessa nodded, the fire in her eyes returning. We need to act. This can't go unanswered. Vanduke stepped closer to the central table, leaning over the holographic map of the galaxy. Then let's answer him. We've got the fleet, we've got the droids. Let's make sure Coruscant didn't fall in vain. On Imperial starships and bases across the galaxy, the news of Coruscant's destruction was met with a mix of awe and terror. Soldiers and officers whispered among themselves, their loyalty shaken by the sheer scale of the act. On the bridge of an Imperial Star Destroyer, a young officer approached his superior, his voice low and hesitant. Sir, do you think this was necessary? The commander's jaw tightened, his gaze fixed on the void outside the viewport. It doesn't matter what we think, he said sharply. The Emperor has spoken. Coruscant is no more. That is all. But even as the commander spoke, he felt the weight of the act pressing down on him. How much destruction could even the most loyal soldier stomach before the cracks began to show? On remote worlds, where the Empire's control was weakest, the news carried a different weight. In the dim corners of a cantina on Tatooine, smugglers and bounty hunters huddled over drinks, their expressions grim. They really did it, one grizzled old spacer muttered, shaking his head. Blew Coruscant to hell. Why? A younger man asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. What's the point of blowing up the capital? To send a message, the old spacer replied. Same reason they built that Death Star in the first place. Palpatine doesn't care about ruling a galaxy. He cares about owning it. And if you don't fall in line, he'll burn you out of existence. For ordinary citizens on countless planets, the destruction of Coruscant was a moment of profound horror. Families huddled together in fear, wondering if their world would be next. The propaganda machine of the Empire worked tirelessly, broadcasting Palpatine's justification, the final eradication of rebellion. But no matter how much fear the Emperor instilled, whispers of defiance began to grow louder. The galaxy had seen what the Empire was willing to do, and for many, it was a breaking point. Back on Yavin 4, Vanduke stood at the war table, his voice ringing with determination. Coruscant was a beacon, sure. A symbol. But symbols can be rebuilt. And Palpatine just gave us the best recruiting tool we could have asked for. Tessa looked at him, her brow furrowed. Billions of lives lost, and you're talking about recruiting. I'm talking about hope, Vanduke shot back. People will look at what he did, and they'll realize they can't just stand by. If we don't fight back now, when will we? The room was silent for a moment, the weight of his words sinking in. Then Tessa nodded, her expression resolute. "You're right. We have to act." Vanduke turned to the lead Old Republic droid, who stood silently at the edge of the room. "Get your ships ready," he said. "The galaxy's about to see what happens when you wake the dead." The droid's optics flared slightly, its voice calm and steady. "The Empire will regret this." As the room buzzed with activity, Vanduke glanced toward the stars, his expression dark. "This isn't over, Pal Patton. Not by a long shot." Johnny Vanduke leaned over the war table in base Orem, his eyes fixed on the holographic display of the Death Star, a monstrous sphere of destruction that had claimed Coruscant. The room buzzed with hurried voices as rebel leaders debated their next move. Tessa Marin was in the middle of barking orders when Vanduke raised his hand, cutting her off. "Enough," Vanduke said, his voice calm but carrying a weight that silenced the room. He straightened, crossing his arms as he turned to face the gathered rebels. "You can plan, you can argue, you can get ready or not. I don't care." The room fell into a stunned silence. Tessa frowned, stepping toward him. "What are you talking about?" "I'm going for that Death Star," Vanduke said flatly, his tone unwavering. "I'm not sitting around while Pal Patton wipes out more planets. He needs to know that what he did to Coruscant has consequences. And if none of you are coming with me, that's fine. I'll do it myself." The rebels stared at him, a mix of shock and incredulity on their faces. One officer, a wiry man with a sharp voice, scoffed. "That's suicide. The Death Star isn't some patrol ship you can sneak up on. It's the most heavily defended weapon in the galaxy." Vanduke shrugged. "Maybe. But it's not invincible. Nothing is." Tessa stepped closer, her voice low and urgent. "Vanduke, you can't just charge in there. We need a plan, intelligence, coordination. I've been fighting monsters my whole life," Vanduke interrupted, his tone cold. "The Mothmen, skinwalkers, necromorphs. You think the Death Star's any different? It's just another monster. And the only way you beat a monster is by showing it you're not afraid." He turned to the Old Republic droid standing silently at the edge of the room. "You with me?" The droid's optics flared as it stepped forward. "We exist to fight oppression. If the Death Star is the pinnacle of the Empire's tyranny, then it must fall. We are with you, Vanduke." Tessa shook her head, frustration etched across her face. "You're not thinking this through. If you go in guns blazing, you'll die, and then what? The galaxy loses a chance to fight back." Vanduke looked at her, his expression softening slightly. "You think I don't know that? You think I don't know what I'm walking into? But someone has to act. Someone has to show the galaxy that Pal Patton isn't untouchable." He paused, glancing around the room. "I'm not asking you to come with me. I'm not asking for permission. I'm telling you what I'm going to do. If you want to sit here and argue, fine. But I'm not waiting. Tessa clenched her fists, her frustration giving way to reluctant admiration. You're insane. Maybe, Vanduke said with a faint smirk. But I've got something the Empire doesn't, nothing left to lose. With that, Vanduke turned and headed for the hangar, his footsteps echoing through the silent room. R4K7 rolled alongside him, chirping anxiously. I know, R4, Vanduke said as they walked. This is a long shot. But it's the only shot we've got. Behind him, the rebels began murmuring, their doubt giving way to resolve. Tessa finally spoke, her voice firm. Get the fleet ready. If Vanduke's going for the Death Star, we're not letting him go alone. As Vanduke reached the hangar, he climbed into the cockpit of his ETA-2 Actis-class interceptor, its systems humming to life. The Old Republic droid leader approached him, saluting with mechanical precision. Our forces are ready to assist, the droid said. We will follow your lead. Vanduke gave the droid a nod, his smirk returning. Good. Let's show Palpatine what happens when you mess with the wrong people. The ETA-2 lifted off, its engines roaring as Vanduke led the way out of the base. Behind him, a handful of rebel ships and reactivated separatist vessels began to mobilize, their engines glowing in the dim light of Yavin 4. Vanduke's voice crackled over the comms. Let's do this. The Death Star's waiting, and I've got a message to deliver. The fleet surged into hyperspace, a ragtag force of defiance and determination heading straight for the heart of the Empire. The battle for the galaxy was far from over, but Vanduke was ready to face whatever came next. For Coruscant. For the galaxy. For hope. The fleet emerged from hyperspace into the vast void surrounding the Death Star, a menacing orb of destruction that loomed ominously against the backdrop of distant stars. Vanduke's ETA-2 Actis-class interceptor shot ahead, its sleek form leading the charge. Behind him, a ragtag force of rebel ships, separatist remnants, and Old Republic droids followed, their engines roaring with purpose. The comms crackled with chatter as the fleet fell into formation. Vanduke's voice cut through the noise, steady and resolute. All ships, listen up. We don't get second chances here. Keep the Death Star's turrets busy, and don't stop moving. Their shields can't cover everything, and if we're lucky, their commanders will panic. Let's give them a fight they'll never forget. R4K7 beeped from the astromech socket, the droid's nervous energy palpable even through its mechanical chirps. Vanduke smirked, his grip tightening on the controls. Yeah, I know, R4. This is going to get messy. But we've got this. Inside the vast control room of the Death Star, Imperial officers scrambled as alarms blared. A junior officer rushed to the main viewport, his face pale. Sir, we've got multiple incoming ships. Rebel craft. Separatist designs an entire fleet just dropped out of hyperspace. The commanding officer, a grizzled man with a scar across his face, barked orders. Launch all TIE squadrons. Activate turbolaser batteries. Nothing gets through. The room buzzed with activity as the Empire's war machine prepared to meet the unexpected assault. The first wave of TIE fighters screamed out of the Death Star's hangar, their sharp, angular forms cutting through the darkness. Vanduke's fleet met them head-on, a chaotic ballet of lasers and explosions lighting up the void. Vanduke rolled his ETA-2 into a tight barrel roll, dodging a barrage of green laser fire. His targeting systems locked onto a TIE fighter, and with a squeeze of the trigger, he sent the enemy ship spiraling into flames. "That's one," he muttered, his smirk growing. Behind him, the droid-controlled separatist ships engaged with ruthless efficiency. Vulture droids swarmed the TIEs, their precise maneuvers overwhelming the Imperial formations. Meanwhile, the Looker Hulk-class battleship that Vanduke had left behind coordinated fire with Rebel X-Wings and Y-Wings, targeting the Death Star's surface turrets to clear a path for the smaller craft. "Keep hitting those turbolasers," Vanduke shouted over the comms. "If they can't aim, they can't shoot." The lead Old Republic droid, piloting one of the Munificent-class star frigates, chimed in. "Our calculations indicate a 42% chance of success if this pattern is maintained. Higher if we can penetrate their hangars." "I'll take those odds," Vanduke quipped, his voice carrying a hint of humor even in the heat of battle. On the Death Star's surface, massive turbolasers swiveled to track the incoming ships, their green bolts carving through space with terrifying precision. A rebel transport took a direct hit, exploding in a fiery burst that sent debris scattering. "Stay tight," Tessa Marin's voice called out over the comms, her X-Wing weaving through the chaos. "If you get separated, you're a sitting duck." The Imperial fleet began to deploy reinforcements, with Star Destroyers moving into position to cut off Vanduke's fleet. Vanduke glanced at his scanners, his jaw tightening. "Great. As if this wasn't hard enough already." R4K7 chirped urgently, highlighting a weak point in the Death Star's defense grid, a vulnerable hangar shielded by only a few turrets. Vanduke's eyes lit up. "Good eye, R4. That's our way in." He switched to the fleet-wide comm channel. "All ships, focus fire on that hangar at grid Epsilon 3. If we can punch through, we can get boots or treads on the ground." The droids in Vanduke's fleet responded immediately, their firepower converging on the vulnerable section of the Death Star. Explosions rippled across the surface as the turrets buckled under the assault. Vanduke's ETA-2 led the charge into the damaged hangar, weaving through debris and incoming fire. A swarm of vulture droids followed, their laser cannons blazing as they cleared a path. Inside the hangar, chaos erupted as battle droids poured out of dropships, their blasters cutting down the unprepared stormtroopers who rushed to meet them. The old Republic droids coordinated the assault with cold precision, their voices echoing commands over the comms. "Secure the hangar," the lead droid ordered. "Establish a perimeter. Focus fire on resistance points." Vanduke landed his ETA-2 with a screech of metal, leaping from the cockpit as blaster fire erupted around him. He drew his magnum and lightsaber, the white and black blade igniting with a sharp hum. "All right, R4, Vanduke said, glancing at his astromech as it rolled out of the starfighter. "Time to raise some hell." The hangar became a war zone as Vanduke and the droids pushed forward, their combined might overwhelming the scattered Imperial forces. Vanduke's lightsaber flashed in arcs of light, deflecting blaster bolts and cutting through enemy ranks with ruthless efficiency. With the hangar secured, Vanduke regrouped with the old Republic droid leader. "We've got a foothold," Vanduke said, his tone sharp. "Now let's make it count. We need to disable their defenses and give the fleet a real shot at taking this thing down." Johnny Vanduke stood at the edge of the secured hangar, the faint hum of his lightsaber filling the air as battle droids fortified their position. The old Republic droid leader approached him, its optics glowing with calculated focus. "Vanduke," it said, its mechanical voice unwavering, "our forces will continue to press forward toward the central power conduits. If successful, we can destabilize the Death Star's systems and weaken its defenses." "Good," Vanduke said, his tone clipped. He glanced toward a dimly lit corridor branching off from the hangar. "But I've got a different target in mind." The droid tilted its head. "The Emperor?" Johnny nodded, a grim determination in his eyes. "This doesn't end with just blowing up the Death Star. Palpatine's the real monster here, and it's time someone put him down." The droid hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Your odds of success are unfavorable." "Story of my life," Vanduke said with a faint smirk. He turned to R4K7, who beeped nervously. "Stay with them, R4. Keep the droids coordinated. I'll take it from here." R4 chirped in protest, its dome swiveling to face Vanduke as if pleading with him to reconsider. Johnny crouched down, placing a firm hand on the astromech's chassis. "I've got this, buddy. Don't worry about me." With that, Vanduke stood and turned toward the corridor, his lightsaber casting eerie shadows on the walls. "All right, Palpatine," he muttered under his breath. "Time to meet the guy who doesn't care about the Force." The deeper Vanduke ventured into the Death Star, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The smooth, sterile corridors gave way to darker, more ornate chambers, their walls lined with shadowed alcoves and faintly glowing red panels. The air felt heavier, charged with a sinister energy that seemed to cling to his every step. Johnny moved with calculated precision, his senses sharp. He could feel the faint ripples of power radiating through the structure, not through the Force, but something else. Something darker, older. The multiverse itself seemed to hum with anticipation. Finally, he arrived at a massive pair of blast doors, flanked by two towering royal guards, their crimson robes and deadly force pikes an intimidating presence. They stood motionless, their faceless helmets fixed on Vanduke as he approached. "Step aside," Johnny said, his voice calm but laced with steel. The guards moved as one, their force pikes igniting with a crackling hum. Vanduke sighed, his grip tightening on his lightsaber. Of course. The guards lunged forward, their strikes precise and deadly. Vanduke moved like a shadow, sidestepping their attacks with inhuman speed. His lightsaber flared as he parried a blow, the clash of weapons echoing through the corridor. One guard overextended, and Vanduke capitalized, his blade slicing through the shaft of the force pike before cutting the guard down in a single fluid motion. The second guard hesitated for a fraction of a second, just long enough for Vanduke to disarm and incapacitate him with a swift strike to the helmet. The blast doors began to open, their grinding mechanism filling the air with a deep, ominous rumble. Beyond them lay a massive throne room, its dark, cavernous space illuminated only by the faint glow of the distant stars outside. At the center, seated on a cold, metallic throne, was Emperor Palpatine. His gnarled hands rested on the armrests, and his yellow eyes gleamed with malice as he regarded Vanduke with a twisted grin. Well, Palpatine hissed, his voice like poison. The void in the Force. The anomaly. I have been expecting you. Johnny stepped forward, his lightsaber casting long shadows on the cold floor. Good, he said, his voice steady. Makes this easier. Palpatine laughed, the sound echoing through the chamber like a sinister chorus. You are bold, I'll give you that. But you are a fool if you think you can stand against me. The Force is infinite, and you, he gestured with a dismissive wave, are nothing. Johnny smirked, lowering his lightsaber slightly. Funny thing, Palpatine. I'm not here to play by your rules. I don't care about the Force. I don't care about your Sith games. You stepped into my territory, you made this personal, and now you're going to pay. Palpatine's grin faltered slightly, replaced by a flicker of curiosity and unease. Interesting. You truly are an enigma. No presence in the Force, yet you wield power. I wonder, what are you, Vanduke? Johnny raised his lightsaber, the white and black blade glowing with an ominous energy. I'm the guy who's going to make sure you never destroy another planet. With a sudden burst of speed, Johnny charged toward the throne. Palpatine's laughter erupted once more, and his hands shot forward, unleashing a torrent of Force lightning that filled the air with crackling energy. Johnny didn't flinch. The lightning struck him, but the energy dissipated harmlessly against his body, as though it were swallowed by an unseen void. Palpatine's eyes widened in shock as Vanduke closed the distance, his lightsaber arcing toward the throne. The battle for the galaxy had truly begun. The throne room became a storm of chaos as Johnny Vanduke and Emperor Palpatine clashed, their blades igniting the darkness with violent flashes of light. Palpatine's crimson lightsaber crackled with raw energy, its edges laced with bursts of force lightning that hissed and crackled through the air with each swing. Vanduke moved like a force of nature, his unique lightsaber a brilliant white blade rimmed in shadowy black meeting each of Palpatine's attacks with precision and power. The air vibrated with the intensity of their duel, each strike sending shock waves that shattered pillars and tore through the room's metal walls. Palpatine's face twisted into a snarl as he unleashed a flurry of attacks, his movements unnaturally fast and filled with rage. His lightsaber came down in a deadly arc, lightning exploding from its tip as it connected with Vanduke's blade. The sheer force of the clash sent sparks flying, the energy carving deep gouges into the floor. "You are resilient," Palpatine hissed, his voice venomous. "But you will fall, like all who defy the power of the dark side." Johnny held his ground, deflecting a vicious series of strikes that sent shards of metal and stone flying through the air. The lightning-infused attacks scorched the room, leaving trails of destruction in their wake, but Vanduke remained unfazed, his eyes locked on the Sith Lord. "You don't get it, do you, Palpatine?" Vanduke said, his voice cutting through the cacophony of their battle. "The Force? The dark side? Your so-called power? It doesn't scare me." Palpatine sneered, his yellow eyes narrowing. "Then you are a fool. The Force governs all things, even your pathetic existence." Johnny smirked, stepping forward as he parried another strike, his movements deliberate and unyielding. "The multiverse doesn't bow to your rules, Sidious. And today, it doesn't favor your victory." With a sudden burst of speed, Johnny lunged forward, his blade locking with Palpatine's in a shower of sparks. The Sith Lord snarled, twisting his wrist to channel force lightning directly into their locked sabers. The energy exploded outward, shattering the throne behind Palpatine and reducing nearby consoles to molten slag. The sheer force of the attack sent both combatants skidding backward, but Vanduke remained on his feet, his grip on his lightsaber firm. Palpatine, breathing heavily, stepped forward, his rage barely contained. "You are nothing," the Emperor screamed, raising his free hand to summon a devastating storm of force lightning that filled the room with blinding energy. The lightning slammed into Vanduke, but instead of being overwhelmed, he simply absorbed the energy, his body standing firm as the storm dissipated into nothingness. Palpatine's face twisted in disbelief. "How?" he rasped. "What are you?" Johnny took a step forward, his blade casting a pale light over his determined face. "I'm humanity's worst nightmare. We don't need the Force to stand against monsters. We've got something better." With a sudden surge, Vanduke closed the distance, his lightsaber blazing as he unleashed a relentless series of strikes. Each swing drove Palpatine further back, the Sith Lord's defenses faltering as Vanduke pressed his advantage. "You destroyed Coruscant, Johnny growled, his voice filled with fury. You tried to control everything, to dominate every timeline, every choice. But the multiverse doesn't work like that, Palpatine. It's bigger than you. Bigger than me. Palpatine, now cornered against the crumbling remnants of his throne, raised his blade for a final, desperate attack. Vandukes deflected the strike with ease, sending the Sith Lord's lightsaber spinning out of his hand and across the room. Johnny leveled his blade at Palpatine, his voice calm but resolute. This is for Coruscant. For the people you've crushed. For every life you've taken. Palpatine sneered, his voice dripping with venom. You think you've won? The dark side is eternal. I am eternal. Johnny's smirk returned, his voice steady. Not today, Palpatine. Not today. With a final strike, Johnny's blade arced through the air, its glow illuminating the chamber as it descended. The multiverse seemed to hold its breath as the battle reached its climax. As Johnny's blade descended, a sudden surge of dark power erupted from Emperor Palpatine. The Sith Lord's laughter echoed through the throne room, a cacophony of madness and malevolence. With a forceful motion, Palpatine raised his hands, and the very air seemed to twist and distort, a storm of crimson and black energy crackling around him. The path of the dark side, Palpatine hissed, his voice rising to a chilling crescendo, can lead to abilities one might call unnatural. The storm intensified, swallowing the chamber in a vortex of shadow and flame. Johnny stumbled backward as the overwhelming energy forced him to shield his face. Palpatine's body seemed to shift and writhe within the storm, his skeletal form becoming a living conduit of the dark side itself. The laughter grew louder, more deranged. Palpatine's eyes glowed like twin suns of malice, his voice booming with power. You think you've won, Vandukes? You think your multiverse grants you immunity? The dark side is infinite. It transcends your petty realities. With a sudden burst of power, Palpatine slammed his hands against the ground, sending a shockwave of energy through the room. The already crumbling throne room shattered further, walls collapsing and debris hurtling through the air. Johnny was thrown across the chamber, slamming into a jagged piece of debris. His lightsaber clattered to the ground, its blade flickering out. Johnny groaned, pushing himself to his feet, his every muscle screaming in protest. He looked up, his vision blurred, to see Palpatine floating above the ground, his body surrounded by a seething aura of darkness. Witness the true power of the Sith. Palpatine roared, his voice resonating like a storm. The ancient secrets of the dark side, unearthed and mastered by me. Your strength is nothing, Vandukes. Nothing. Johnny wiped blood from his lip, his smirk returning despite the odds. Yeah. Infinite power, blah blah. You Sith always did love a monologue. Palpatine's face twisted into a snarl, and with a flick of his hand, he summoned chains of shadowy energy that shot toward Johnny like venomous serpents. The chains wrapped around him, constricting and crackling with dark energy. Vanduke gritted his teeth, his body straining against the crushing force. "You will kneel before the dark side," Palpatine commanded, his voice dripping with triumph. Johnny met the Sith Lord's gaze, his smirk never fading. "Sorry, Palps. Kneeling's not really my thing." With a sudden surge of strength, Johnny tapped into his connection to the multiverse, his body glowing faintly with a strange, otherworldly light. The chains around him began to crackle and shatter, the dark energy dissipating against his willpower. Palpatine's laughter faltered, his expression twisting into one of disbelief. "Impossible. No one can resist the ancient power of the dark side." Johnny stepped forward, his confidence unshaken. "You don't get it, do you? The multiverse doesn't care about your ancient power. It doesn't care about the Sith, the Jedi, or your stupid Death Star. The multiverse is bigger than you, Palpatine. And it sure as hell doesn't favor you today." Palpatine screamed in rage, summoning a new wave of power. The throne room erupted into chaos once more, the walls collapsing entirely as the battle between the Sith Lord and the multiversal warrior reached its peak. The throne room was a maelstrom of chaos, Palpatine's force storm raging like a living nightmare. Vanduke gritted his teeth, his body trembling as he fought against the overwhelming tide of dark energy. Each step forward felt like wading through quicksand, the crushing weight of the dark side pressing down on him. He could barely move, his strength dwindling under the Emperor's relentless assault. "You are nothing," Palpatine bellowed, his voice rising above the storm. "Your multiverse is a hollow dream. The dark side consumes all." Johnny fell to one knee, his lightsaber flickering weakly in his grip. He looked up at the towering figure of Palpatine, his vision swimming with exhaustion. Was this it? Was this how it ended? Then he saw it, a flicker of light cutting through the darkness. 1, then 2, then 5 lightsabers ignited behind Palpatine, their glow illuminating the ruined chamber. Vanduke's eyes widened as the figures stepped forward, their presence undeniable. Obi-Wan Kenobi stood tall, his blue lightsaber casting a steady light across his face, a calm resolve in his eyes. Beside him was Luke Skywalker, his youthful determination evident as his own blue blade hummed to life. On Luke's other side, Ahsoka Tano held her 2 white sabers, their brilliance reflecting her unshakable spirit. At the forefront was Darth Vader, his red lightsaber blazing with intensity, a symbol of his own internal conflict and redemption. Finally, Yoda stepped forward, his small frame emanating immense power, his green lightsaber a beacon of hope. Palpatine turned slowly, his eyes narrowing as he beheld the assembly of his greatest foes. His snarl of rage twisted into a mockery of a smile. Ah, the Jedi, and their failed apprentice. How fitting that you should all die together. Yoda stepped forward, his gaze piercing. Much suffering you have caused. An end, it must come to your darkness. Luke's grip tightened on his saber. It ends here, Palpatine. Vader's breathing hissed, his voice cold but resolute. No more. Palpatine's laughter filled the chamber once more, the dark storm around him swirling with renewed fury. You cannot defeat me. I am the dark side itself. Johnny, still on one knee, took a deep breath, the sight of the 5 lightsabers filling him with renewed strength. Guess you've got your work cut out for you, huh, Palps? The Jedi and Vader surged forward, their lightsabers slicing through the storm as they engaged Palpatine in a fierce duel. Obi-Wan's precise strikes clashed with the Emperor's crimson blade, Luke's youthful energy matching his rage. Ahsoka's dual sabers danced with agility, her movements fluid and unrelenting. Yoda's small frame darted through the fray, his attacks swift and deliberate. Even Vader, the red of his saber a stark contrast to the others, fought with determination, his blows carrying the weight of his past sins. The battle was a symphony of light and shadow, the hum and clash of lightsabers echoing through the ruined chamber. Palpatine fought with a ferocity born of desperation, his attacks infused with bursts of force lightning and raw dark energy. But for every strike he landed, the Jedi struck back, their unity overwhelming his chaos. Johnny slowly rose to his feet, his strength returning as he watched the battle unfold. He stepped forward, his lightsaber reigniting with a sharp hum. He knew this wasn't his fight to finish, not alone. The multiverse had brought these warriors together for a reason, and together, they were unstoppable. Palpatine staggered under the relentless assault, his sneer faltering as the light pushed back against his storm. The 5 warriors surrounded him, their blades poised, their resolve unwavering. The Sith Lord's laughter turned to a low growl. You think you've won? You think your light can destroy me? Obi-Wan stepped forward, his blade held steady. The light doesn't destroy, Palpatine. It endures. Luke followed, his voice firm. And so will we. Palpatine raised his hands, summoning one final surge of dark energy, but Yoda stepped forward, his calm voice cutting through the chaos. And this, we will not. Redeem you, we cannot. But stopped, you will be. The combined power of the Jedi and Vader overwhelmed Palpatine's storm, forcing the Sith Lord to his knees. The dark energy dissipated, leaving only the faint hum of lightsabers and the heavy breathing of those who had fought. Johnny approached slowly, his lightsaber lowered. Looks like the multiverse has other plans for you, Palps. Palpatine glared at him, his yellow eyes burning with hatred. This is not the end, he hissed. The dark side will rise again. Johnny smirked. Yeah, maybe. But not today. The group stood in silence, the glow of their lightsabers casting long shadows across the ruined chamber. Palpatine was defeated, but alive, a reminder of the darkness that still lingered, and the vigilance required to keep it at bay. The droid nodded. Agreed. Our calculations indicate that targeting the central power conduits would destabilize their systems. However, the route will be heavily defended. Vanduke smirked, his lightsaber still humming. Wouldn't have it any other way. As the battle raged on outside, Vanduke led the charge deeper into the Death Star, his determination unwavering. The fight was far from over, but for the first time, the Empire's greatest weapon was under siege. And Vanduke wasn't about to let it survive. The air in the ruined throne room grew heavy once more as a new presence was felt. As the room stood in uneasy silence, the tension was suddenly broken by the sound of heavy, synchronized footsteps echoing through the shattered throne room. The oppressive hum of crimson lightsabers igniting one by one filled the air as a group of Inquisitors emerged from the shadows, their dark forms spreading out in a menacing formation. The Grand Inquisitor stepped forward, his pale face a mask of cruelty, his double-blade spinning lightsaber casting eerie red arcs across the walls. Beside him, a mix of second sister, eighth brother, and other Inquisitors held their weapons aloft, their eyes burning with cold resolve. Well, the Grand Inquisitor sneered, his voice calm but venomous. The Jedi, Vader, and this anomaly all in one place. Truly, this is a gift. The second sister, her tone cold and mocking, gestured toward Johnny. The one who resists the Force. The Emperor warned us about you. It seems even the Sith underestimated your tenacity. Johnny didn't flinch, his smirk returning as he raised his lightsaber to a ready stance. Great. More creepy Sith wannabes. Just what this party needed. The Grand Inquisitor's lip curled in a mock smile. Mock all you wish, multiversal anomaly. But you are outmatched. The Emperor's will is absolute, and so is ours. Behind Johnny, the group of Jedi and Vader tightened their formation. Obi-Wan's voice was calm but commanding. The Inquisitors, always eager to finish what their master cannot. Vader stepped forward, his red blade held high. His breathing echoed ominously as he addressed the Inquisitors. Do not presume to interfere, Grand Inquisitor. The Emperor's defeat is not your concern. The Grand Inquisitor turned to Vader, his expression unreadable but his tone dripping with disdain. Lord Vader, it seems your loyalty has finally crumbled. How disappointing. But it matters not. You, like the rest of these relics, will be extinguished. Palpatine, still kneeling but clearly regaining strength, hissed from behind the Inquisitors. Kill them all. Leave none alive. The Grand Inquisitor nodded, his weapon spinning to life. You heard the Emperor. Destroy them. The Inquisitors lunged forward as one, their red blades cutting through the air with deadly precision. Johnny reacted instantly, his white and black saber meeting the spinning blade of the Grand Inquisitor in a violent clash. Sparks flew as their weapons locked, the raw strength of Vanduke's multiversal energy holding firm against the Inquisitor's refined technique. Obi-Wan moved to engage the second sister, their blue and red blades dancing in a deadly rhythm. "You should have stayed hidden," Obi-Wan said, his strikes precise and relentless. Luke and Ahsoka worked together to hold off the eighth brother and another Inquisitor, their blades flashing with coordinated precision. Ahsoka's twin white lightsabers whirled with agility, deflecting incoming strikes while Luke countered with powerful, decisive blows. Yoda leaped into the fray, his small size belying his incredible speed and power. He engaged two Inquisitors simultaneously, his green blade a blur of motion as he twisted and flipped through the chaos. "The dark side, strong in you it may be, but stronger in the light, we are." Vader faced off against the fifth brother, their red sabers clashing in bursts of light. The Inquisitor sneered as he struck. "Lord Vader, you've become weak. Betraying the Emperor was your final mistake." Vader's response was cold and measured. "I have made many mistakes, but you are about to make your last." Johnny gritted his teeth as the Grand Inquisitor's spinning blade pressed against his own, the sheer force of the attack pushing him back slightly. The Inquisitor's expression was calm, almost amused. "You are unlike any Jedi I've faced before," the Grand Inquisitor said, his tone tinged with curiosity. "No presence in the Force, no connection to the light or the dark. What are you?" Johnny smirked, pushing back against the Inquisitor with a surge of strength. "I'm your worst nightmare, pal. The guy who doesn't play by your rules." With a sudden burst of energy, Johnny broke the blade lock and spun into a counterattack, his white and black saber slashing through the air in a fluid arc. The Grand Inquisitor parried, his spinning blade deflecting the strike with ease, but Johnny's relentless assault forced him onto the defensive. "You're strong," the Inquisitor admitted, his voice still calm despite the ferocity of the duel. "But strength alone will not save you." Johnny grinned. "Who said I was alone?" With a sharp motion, he disengaged and spun around, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Grand Inquisitor stumbling back. Vanduke pressed his advantage, driving the Inquisitor further toward the edge of the collapsing room. The throne room became a chaotic symphony of lightsabers and destruction as the Jedi, Vanduke, and Vader fought side by side against the Inquisitors. The ancient walls of the Death Star trembled under the intensity of the battle, debris raining down as the combatants clashed with unrelenting ferocity. Palpatine, still recovering, watched the fight with a mix of rage and desperation. "Destroy them. Do not fail me." The Grand Inquisitor sneered, his blade spinning faster as he lunged back at Vanduke. "Your defiance will cost you everything." Johnny met the charge head-on, his lightsaber flashing as the fight for survival and the galaxy continued. Johnny Vanduke's voice boomed across the shattered throne room, carrying with it the weight of countless realities, countless battles, and the indomitable spirit of the multiverse. "Defiance is the strongest trait of the Vandukes," he roared, his voice cutting through the cacophony of clashing sabers and crackling lightning. We don't cower in fear. We don't pray for the light that takes us home. His lightsaber flared, pulsing with raw, otherworldly energy, its white and black blade humming with an intensity that seemed to ripple through the very fabric of existence. We are the fear that monsters cower from. We are the light that takes others home. Vandukes are the brutal representation of humanity. The Grand Inquisitor sneered, his crimson blade spinning to life again as he stepped forward. You are nothing but a fool who mistakes arrogance for strength. Johnny smirked, his grip tightening on his hilt. The multiverse seemed to swell around him, his blade growing brighter, its aura expanding like a beacon. He took a steady step forward, his words unyielding. We are the greater good that commits great evil, and the great evil that does so for the greater good. With that, Johnny surged forward, his lightsaber carving a path of pure, unrelenting power. The Grand Inquisitor met his charge, their blades colliding in a burst of light and energy. The impact sent shockwaves through the room, the air itself seeming to crack under the force of their clash. For a moment, the Grand Inquisitor held his ground, his spinning blade grinding against Vandukes. But then, with a sudden, deafening crack, Johnny's lightsaber pulsed with multiversal energy, shattering the Inquisitor's weapon from blade to hilt. The shards of the crimson lightsaber scattered across the room, the corrupted kyber crystal within exploding into fragments of dark energy. The Grand Inquisitor stumbled back, his hands trembling as he stared at the ruined remains of his weapon. His eyes, wide with shock and disbelief, flicked up to meet Johnny's. What are you?" he demanded, his voice trembling. Johnny stepped forward, his lightsaber still blazing with power, its glow casting long shadows across his face. "I'm the guy who doesn't play by your rules, and your Emperor just learned the hard way what happens when you mess with the Vandukes." The Grand Inquisitor fell to his knees, his fear palpable as he tried to summon the force to defend himself. But the multiversal energy radiating from Vandukes' blade seemed to disrupt even that, leaving the Inquisitor vulnerable and powerless. Across the room, the remaining Inquisitors faltered as they witnessed the Grand Inquisitor's defeat. Obi-Wan, Luke, Ahsoka, Yoda, and Vader pressed their advantage, their lightsabers flashing in unison as they pushed back the Dark Warriors. The tide of the battle was turning, the combined might of the Jedi and Vanduke proving too much for the Inquisitors to withstand. Vader stepped forward, his red saber clashing with the Second Sister's, forcing her back with a series of powerful strikes. His voice was cold and commanding. "The Emperor's pawns have no place in this galaxy. Surrender, or perish." The Second Sister hesitated, her resolve cracking as she saw the Grand Inquisitor kneeling before Vanduke, his weapon destroyed and his spirit broken. Yoda leaped between two Inquisitors, his green blade a blur of motion as he disarmed them with swift precision. "Sense fear?" "I do," he said, his tone calm but firm. "Courage? Gone it is. Flee, you should." Johnny lowered his lightsaber slightly, his expression hard as he stared down at the defeated Grand Inquisitor. "You think you're part of something unstoppable," he said, his voice low and steady. "But all you are is a pawn in someone else's game. Palpatine doesn't care about you. You're just another piece he'll sacrifice the moment it suits him." The Grand Inquisitor's breathing was ragged, his composure shattered. "You think you've won? The dark side cannot be defeated." Johnny tilted his head, his smirk returning. "Maybe not. But it can be outmatched. And today, it just got a serious wake-up call." As the other Inquisitors began to retreat, sensing the inevitability of their defeat, Johnny turned his attention back to the room, his lightsaber still glowing brightly. The Jedi regrouped around him, their own blades illuminating the ruined throne room as the echoes of battle faded. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the light had prevailed. But the fight was far from over. As the dust settled and the chaos of the battle gave way to an eerie silence, Johnny Vanduke stepped forward, his lightsaber still humming faintly with multiversal energy. The shattered remnants of the throne room were illuminated by the combined glow of the Jedi's blades, their colors reflecting the unity and resolve of the group that now surrounded Emperor Palpatine. The Sith Lord knelt amidst the ruins, his once imposing presence reduced to a shadow of its former self. His tattered robes hung from his frame, and his breathing was ragged, each wheeze a testament to the toll the battle had taken on him. Yet his yellow eyes still burned with defiance, darting between the faces of his adversaries. Johnny's voice broke the heavy silence, sharp and unyielding. "It's over, Sidious. You're out of cards to play." Palpatine's lips twisted into a bitter sneer, his voice barely above a whisper. You think this is the end? The dark side is eternal. I am eternal." Johnny stepped closer, his lightsaber held steady, the blade's glow casting long shadows across the crumbling chamber. "Save it? Your tricks, your schemes, they've run their course. You destroyed Coruscant to prove a point, but all you did was rally the galaxy against you. Your Death Star is falling apart, your Inquisitors are running scared, and you're all out of pawns." Obi-Wan moved to Johnny's side, his blue saber held at the ready. His calm, steady tone carried the weight of years of wisdom. "You've lost, Palpatine. Surrender, and perhaps what remains of your empire can be spared further destruction." Palpatine's laughter was a harsh, guttural sound, devoid of any mirth. "Surrender? To you? To the likes of him?" His gaze flicked to Vanduke, his sneer deepening. "This anomaly, this interloper from beyond the Force. He has no place here. He is an aberration." "Yeah, well," Johnny interjected, his smirk returning, "this aberration just made sure you'll never destroy another planet. So maybe you should sit down and rethink your life choices." Luke stepped forward, his youthful determination evident as he leveled his blue saber at Palpatine. You've brought nothing but pain and suffering to the galaxy. It's over. Ahsoka stood beside him, her white blades crossed in front of her. You can't see it, but this is the end of your reign. The galaxy is ready to rise, and you can't stop it. Yoda, leaning on his cane as he deactivated his lightsaber, gave a slow, measured nod. Learn you must, Sidious. Even the darkness, limits it has. And, your tyranny does today. Vader remained silent, his imposing figure standing slightly apart from the others. His red saber still burned in his hand, but his expression hidden behind the mask suggested inner conflict. Finally, his deep, modulated voice cut through the tension. Your time is over, my master. Palpatine's sneer faltered, his gaze snapping to Vader. You dare. Vader stepped closer, his towering form casting a long shadow over the defeated Emperor. The dark side will not save you. It has consumed enough lives, including mine. No more. Palpatine snarled, his hands twitching as if he were preparing to summon one last surge of power. But Johnny stepped forward, his lightsaber pointed directly at the Sith Lord. Don't even think about it, Palps. You're done. The multiverse doesn't favor your victory today. The Emperor froze, his twisted expression faltering for the first time. He was surrounded, outmatched, and utterly defeated. The realization settled over him like a suffocating weight. Finally, with a slow, grudging motion, Palpatine lowered his head, his defiance giving way to a bitter, seething silence. The storm he had summoned was gone, leaving only the wreckage of his empire and the united force that had brought him to his knees. Johnny deactivated his lightsaber, the room plunging into relative darkness as the other blades followed suit. Looks like the galaxy's getting a second chance, he said, his voice steady. Let's not waste it. As the room plunged into silence, the oppressive weight of tension seemed to lift. The Sith Lord knelt in defeat, his head bowed, his power broken. The Jedi and Vandukes stood as a wall of unyielding defiance, their victory palpable. And then, in a single, decisive moment, Darth Vader acted. The air seemed to freeze as Vader's hand shot out, his fingers curling in a tight, deliberate motion. Palpatine's eyes widened in shock as an invisible grip seized him, his body lifting violently off the ground. Vader! Obi-Wan shouted, stepping forward, his hand outstretched as if to stop him. Don't. Luke's voice joined his, filled with both confusion and desperation. Father. No. But it was too late. Vader's cold, mechanical voice cut through the chaos, firm and resolute. The galaxy will never be free while he lives. Palpatine struggled, his skeletal hands clawing at the air as he choked under Vader's unrelenting grip. His voice, once so commanding, was now a hoarse rasp. You dare betray me? I was your pawn, Vader said, his voice heavy with both anger and regret. No longer. With a final, crushing motion, the dark energy radiating from Palpatine shattered like glass. The Sith Lord's lifeless body fell to the floor with a sickening thud, his robes crumpling around him. The room seemed to darken for a moment, the echoes of his death reverberating through the Force like a distant storm. For a brief instant, there was only silence. Then the oppressive weight of the dark side lifted entirely, leaving the air eerily clear, almost serene. Vader stood motionless, his breathing the only sound in the room. The others stared, their expressions a mix of shock, disbelief, and understanding. Obi-Wan was the first to speak, his voice heavy with a sorrowful tone. "You didn't have to do this, Anakin." Vader turned to face him, his red lightsaber still humming in his grip. "He would never have stopped. You know that." Luke stepped forward, his blue saber lowered. "There was still a chance, Father. A chance to end this without more death." Vader's mechanical breathing seemed to slow. He extinguished his lightsaber, the crimson glow vanishing as he stood before his son. Perhaps. But not with him. The Emperor was the true source of the darkness. He had to be destroyed. Johnny Vanduke watched the exchange in silence, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. Finally, he stepped forward, his smirk faint but resolute. "I've seen a lot of endings in my time. Most of them don't go the way people want. But this one? It might just work." Yoda, his small frame steady despite the weight of the moment, stepped to the center of the group. His gaze lingered on Vader, then on Palpatine's lifeless form. "Ended, the darkness is not. But a beginning, this may be. A chance, for balance." Ahsoka crossed her arms, her twin sabers clipped to her belt. "Balance, that's a long road. But maybe, just maybe, we can take the first step." Vader turned away from the group, his towering figure casting a long shadow over the room. He seemed to hesitate, his head tilting slightly as if lost in thought. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and deliberate. "My actions cannot be undone. But perhaps, there is still a way to make amends." Luke approached him, his voice soft. "There's always a way. You just have to choose it." Vader turned his helmeted gaze to his son, his mechanical breathing steady. "Then I choose, to fight for the light." The group stood together, a strange alliance forged in the aftermath of chaos. The Sith were defeated, the Emperor was gone, and the galaxy had a chance to rebuild. But they all knew the journey was far from over. Johnny Vanduke, his white and black lightsaber deactivated but still in hand, turned to the others. "All right. We've got a Death Star to finish tearing apart and a galaxy to save. Let's get to work." The tide had turned. With Emperor Palpatine dead and the Inquisitors defeated or in retreat, the once unassailable Death Star was now in chaos. Rebel forces surged through its corridors, securing key systems and neutralizing remaining Imperial resistance. The scattered remnants of stormtroopers, leaderless and outmatched, fell quickly to the coordinated efforts of the rebels and their newfound allies. In the central command deck of the Death Star, Commander Tessa Marin stood among a team of rebel operatives, her voice sharp and commanding as she coordinated the takeover. "Focus on securing the reactor systems," she barked into her comlink. "We need this thing disabled before the Empire has any chance of retaliation. I want every escape pod locked down and every remaining stormtrooper accounted for." Nearby, a mix of battle droids and Old Republic droids worked alongside rebel engineers, their combined efforts restoring critical systems and neutralizing remaining threats. A vulture droid perched on an exposed console, its optics scanning the area for hostiles. Johnny Vanduke entered the command deck, his ETA-2 Actis-class starfighter having been docked after the battle in the throne room. His boots echoed on the metal floor as he approached Tessa, his smirk faint but present. "So," he said, surveying the scene, "the rebels just captured the Empire's biggest toy. Not a bad day's work." Tessa turned to him, her expression a mix of exhaustion and determination. "It's not over yet. We've still got a lot to do before we can call this a victory." Johnny crossed his arms, nodding. "Fair point. What's the plan? Blow it to hell or keep it as a trophy?" Tessa hesitated, her gaze drifting to the massive display of the Death Star's systems. "We're still figuring that out. But for now, disabling it completely is the priority. We can't risk the Empire regaining control." Throughout the Death Star, scenes of unity unfolded as rebels, droids, and even defecting stormtroopers worked together to secure the massive station. Many stormtroopers, realizing the futility of continued resistance, had laid down their weapons and surrendered, their fear of the Empire outweighed by the hope of survival. In the main hangar, Luke Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano oversaw the evacuation of wounded fighters and the transport of critical supplies. Luke's expression was focused, his sense of responsibility evident. "We need to secure those TIE fighters," Luke said to a rebel officer. "If the Empire sends reinforcements, we'll need every advantage we can get." Ahsoka, her twin white lightsabers clipped to her belt, nodded. "The Empire won't take this loss lightly. They'll be back, and they'll come in force." Nearby, Yoda sat quietly on a crate, his small frame appearing almost insignificant among the bustling activity. Yet his presence radiated calm and wisdom, a silent reassurance to those around him. In another section of the Death Star, Darth Vader walked alone, his towering figure casting a long shadow across the dim corridors. He passed by stormtroopers who stared at him with confusion and fear, unsure whether he was still their commander or their enemy. Vader paused, his breathing steady, as he gazed out of a viewport at the stars. For the first time in decades, the galaxy seemed within reach, not as a thing to dominate, but as something to protect. Back in the command deck, Tessa received confirmation from multiple teams across the Death Star. Reactor systems are disabled. All major weapons are offline. The station is secure. A cheer erupted among the rebels, the realization of their victory spreading like wildfire. Vandukes, leaning casually against a console, let out a low whistle. Well, would you look at that? The Death Star pride of the Empire captured by a ragtag bunch of freedom fighters. Tessa turned to him, a small smile breaking through her otherwise serious demeanor. And a multiversal wild card. Johnny grinned. Don't forget the droids. They carried their weight too. She nodded. Fair enough. As the celebrations began, Vanduke stepped away, his gaze drifting to the stars beyond the viewport. Despite the victory, he knew this was just the beginning. The Empire was vast, and its grip on the galaxy would not loosen easily. But for the first time in a long time, there was hope. Johnny turned back to the bustling command deck, his voice carrying above the noise. All right, people. Enjoy the win, but don't get too comfortable. The Empire's not gonna take this lying down. Let's get ready for round 2. The rebels cheered, their resolve stronger than ever. The Death Star, once a symbol of the Empire's unyielding power, now stood as a beacon of defiance, a testament to what could be achieved when people stood together against tyranny. The galaxy had changed, and the fight for freedom had just begun. Johnny Vanduke stood in the command deck of the Death Star, watching the rebels celebrate their victory as the massive station was officially secured. The oppressive weight of the Empire's most fearsome weapon now felt more like a distant echo than a current threat. He leaned against a console, arms crossed, a faint but satisfied smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. The multiverse had a way of correcting itself, and this moment felt like one of those rare occasions where the odds had finally shifted in the right direction. Vanduke knew the ripples this victory would send across the galaxy. The Empire was fractured, its power destabilized. No reinforcements could be spared to bolster their presence on Earth. That lone Imperial Star Destroyer, the one that had dared to tread on his home world, was now isolated, vulnerable. Earth safe, he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible over the hum of the station's systems. At least from them. He glanced around the room, taking in the sight of droids and rebels working side by side. For all the chaos and destruction he'd seen, this was a rare moment where things actually seemed to make sense. He had come to this galaxy to protect his own, to ensure that Earth wouldn't become another casualty in the Empire's endless hunger for control. And now, he had done exactly that. As he straightened, R4K7 rolled up beside him, chirping a series of beeps that Vanduke had come to interpret as a mix of relief and concern. I know, R4, he said, his tone softening. The fight's not over for them, but for us. We've done our part. That Star Destroyer? It's got no backup, no supply lines, no reinforcements. It's as good as grounded. R4 let out an approving whistle, its dome swiveling toward the viewport. Johnny let out a deep breath, feeling the tension in his shoulders finally ease. It's not about sticking around to see the galaxy fixed. That's their fight now. We've got what we came for, a guarantee that Earth won't be a battlefield. He looked out into the void, his mind briefly wandering to the countless other timelines he had seen, each one filled with its own challenges, its own threats. He was no stranger to leaving things unfinished, but this was different. The galaxy was in good hands. Well, he said, pushing off the console, time to head home. Let's leave these guys to their rebellion. R4 beeped in agreement, and together they made their way toward the hangar. Vandukes' work here was done. For now, the multiverse could wait. Johnny Vanduke climbed into the cockpit of his ETA-2 Actis-class Jedi starfighter, the soft hum of its systems coming to life as he powered it up. The familiar presence of R4K7 settled into its astromech socket, chirping as it synchronized with the fighter's navigation systems. Johnny glanced around the bustling hangar, where rebel forces continued to solidify their hold over the Death Star. He exhaled deeply, a mix of satisfaction and relief washing over him. The galaxy here would never be free of battles, but Earth? That was his responsibility, and he had done what he came to do. The Empire was destabilized, its forces fractured, and the lone Star Destroyer above Earth was as good as stranded. "All right, R4, Johnny said, his fingers moving deftly over the controls. Let's punch in the call sign and head home. The astromech whistled, its dome spinning as it processed the multiversal coordinates stored in Vanduke's unique call sign device. The interface linked directly to the starfighter's hyperdrive, an integration Vanduke had painstakingly designed to allow travel between realities. A soft beep confirmed the input, and the ship's navigation lights flickered in acknowledgement. The cockpit sealed with a hiss, and Johnny felt the familiar hum of the engines as they prepared for the jump. He activated the communicator one last time, broadcasting a message to the rebels. "This is Vanduke. You've got this place under control. The Empire's gonna have a hard time bouncing back from this. Keep fighting, and thanks for the help." The response came quickly, Tessa Marin's voice carrying through the comms. "Good luck, Vanduke. Wherever you're headed, don't forget this galaxy owes you." Johnny smiled faintly, switching off the communicator. "Owe me nothing," he muttered to himself. "Just keep the light burning." With the coordinates locked in, the ETA-2 lifted gracefully off the hangar floor. Johnny guided it out into the black expanse of space, the Death Star shrinking behind him. Once clear of the station's gravitational field, he glanced at R4. "You ready, buddy?" R4 chirped an enthusiastic affirmative, its dome swiveling toward the hyperdrive controls. Johnny grinned, gripping the controls firmly. "All right, let's do this. Earth's waiting." He flipped the switch, and the stars around them stretched into the familiar blue tunnel of hyperspace. But this wasn't just a hyperspace jump, it was a leap through the multiverse itself. The callsign device pulsed with energy, guiding the ship through the complex web of timelines and dimensions. As the swirling blue and white light filled the cockpit, Johnny felt a rare moment of peace. He leaned back in his seat, his thoughts already turning toward Earth, his city, and the lingering remnants of that lone Star Destroyer. "You tread on my territory," he murmured, a faint smirk crossing his lips. "Now it's time to clean up the mess." The Jedi starfighter hurtled through the multiverse, carrying Vanduke and R4K7 back to Earth. Back to where it all began. As Johnny Vanduke's ETA-2 Actis-class Jedi starfighter emerged from the multiversal jump, the familiar sight of Earth filled the cockpit's viewport. The vibrant blue and green of the planet brought a rare sense of comfort, but as they descended toward orbit, the scene below wiped that comfort away. Earth's atmosphere was alive with chaos. TIE fighters swarmed the skies, their green laser fire cutting through the clouds as they engaged Earth's defenses. The planet's military forces were scattered, their jets and missiles struggling to keep up with the advanced Imperial technology. In the distance, the ominous silhouette of the Imperial Star Destroyer loomed in low orbit, its massive turbolasers raining destruction on key locations below. Johnny leaned forward in his cockpit, his expression darkening. "Well, looks like Earth's been busy," he muttered, his tone sharp. "But they're outmatched. Those TIEs are running circles around them." R4K7 beeped urgently, highlighting damage reports across the planetary surface. Several key military bases had been hit, their defenses crumbling under the relentless Imperial assault. "Yeah, I see it, R4, Johnny said, gripping the controls tightly. "They're putting up a fight, but those weapons aren't enough to handle Imperial tech. The Star Destroyer's holding all the cards." A streak of smoke caught his eye as an Earth fighter jet spiraled out of control, crashing into the ocean below. The TIE fighters swarmed another group of jets, their precision and maneuverability leaving the pilots helpless. Johnny clenched his jaw, his lightsaber resting on the console beside him. Not for long. He pushed the starfighter into a steep dive, angling toward the chaos below. The ETA-2's engines roared as it shot into the fray, its sleek form cutting through the atmosphere. R4 beeped rapidly, pulling up targeting data on the TIE fighters. "Good work, R4, Johnny said. "Let's even the odds." With a flick of his wrist, he activated the starfighter's weapons systems. Twin laser cannons roared to life, and Johnny targeted the nearest group of TIE fighters. His first shot struck true, the green bolt slicing through two enemy ships in quick succession. The remaining TIEs broke formation, their pilots scrambling to respond to the unexpected threat. "Got your attention, didn't I?" Johnny muttered, banking hard to follow a fleeing TIE fighter. He fired again, the explosion lighting up the sky as the Imperial ship was reduced to debris. Earth's remaining jets began to regroup, the sight of the unfamiliar Jedi starfighter providing a glimmer of hope amid the chaos. Over the comms, a crackling voice came through, laced with both confusion and desperation. "Unidentified craft, this is Earth Defense Command. Identify yourself." Johnny activated his comms, his voice calm but firm. "Name's Vanduke. I'm here to clean up this mess. Focus on the ground forces, I'll deal with the TIEs and their mothership." "Vanduke?" Who the hell?" The voice was cut off as another explosion rocked the airwaves. After a moment, the comms crackled again. "Copy that, Vanduke. Do what you can." Johnny grinned, flipping the starfighter into a tight roll as he dodged incoming fire. "Oh, I plan to." He veered upward, angling toward the Star Destroyer itself. The massive ship loomed closer, its turbolasers firing relentlessly at targets below. R4 beeped a warning, highlighting the ship's defensive systems. "I know, buddy," Johnny said. "It's a fortress. But we've taken down bigger monsters before." As he approached the Star Destroyer, more TIE fighters launched from its hangar bays, moving to intercept. Johnny tightened his grip on the controls, his smirk returning. Let's see if the Empire's still feeling lucky. The battle for Earth had truly begun, and Johnny Vanduke wasn't about to let his home fall without a fight. Johnny Vanduke grinned, his determination sharpening as he maneuvered the ETA-2 Actis-class Jedi starfighter toward the Imperial Star Destroyer looming ominously in Earth's orbit. The hulking vessel was a symbol of the Empire's arrogance, and Johnny had no intention of letting it stay intact. "All right, R4, Johnny said, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. "We're taking that thing down. Time to crash the Empire's party literally." R4K7 beeped an urgent response, its dome swiveling as it pulled up the Star Destroyer's schematics. The astromech highlighted key weak points: the primary reactor, shield generators, and command bridge. "Good work," Johnny replied, nodding at the display. "We're going for the reactor. Hit that, and the whole thing goes down. But first, we need to get inside." A swarm of TIE fighters broke off from their patrol, moving to intercept Johnny's starfighter. He banked hard, dodging a volley of green laser fire as the nimble Imperial ships closed in. Twisting the controls, Johnny rolled the ETA-2 into a tight loop, his laser cannons spitting fire. 2 TIEs exploded in quick succession, but more were on his tail. "Persistent, aren't they?" Johnny muttered, weaving through the chaos. He flipped a switch, activating the starfighter's rear-facing blasters. The rapid burst of fire caught another TIE, sending it spiraling into the void. R4 chirped urgently, highlighting the hangar entrance on the Star Destroyer's underside. "I see it, R4, Johnny said, gritting his teeth. "Hold on tight. We're going in hot." He pushed the starfighter into a steep dive, angling toward the hangar. The TIE fighters followed, their lasers lighting up the space around him. Johnny zigzagged through the fire, his reflexes honed by countless battles across the multiverse. The hangar loomed closer, its magnetic shield shimmering faintly as it struggled to repel debris and enemy fire. Johnny took a deep breath, his smirk returning. Here we go. With a final burst of speed, he shot through the shield, the ETA-2 skidding across the hangar floor in a controlled crash. Sparks flew as the starfighter came to a halt, its hull smoking but intact. Johnny slammed a button, ejecting the cockpit canopy as he grabbed his lightsaber and magnum. R4 beeped furiously, ejecting from its socket and rolling beside him. "Relax, buddy," Johnny said, patting the astromech. "We're fine. Now let's bring this thing down." The hangar was a flurry of activity as stormtroopers scrambled to respond to the unexpected intrusion. Johnny ignited his lightsaber, the white and black blade pulsing with multiversal energy. "All right, boys," he called out, his voice dripping with confidence. "Let's dance." The stormtroopers opened fire, but Johnny was already moving. His lightsaber flashed in arcs of light, deflecting bolts back toward his attackers. He darted through the hangar with inhuman speed, his magnum barking as he picked off troopers with precision. R4 beeped and whistled, hacking into a nearby console to disable the hangar's security systems. The astromech let out a triumphant chirp as the blast doors leading to the reactor room slid open. "Good work, R4, Johnny said, deflecting another blaster bolt. "Let's move." He sprinted through the corridors, cutting down any stormtroopers who dared to stand in his way. Alarms blared throughout the ship, but Johnny was relentless, his focus fixed on the reactor. The reactor room was massive, a cavernous space dominated by the glowing core that powered the entire Star Destroyer. R4 beeped nervously, scanning the area as stormtroopers poured in from multiple entrances. "Hold them off while I set this up," Johnny shouted, tossing a satchel of multiversal explosives onto the reactor. The devices were compact but devastating, their unique energy designed to destabilize even the most advanced systems. R4 swiveled its dome and fired a small stun blaster, zapping a trooper who got too close. Johnny moved like a blur, his lightsaber cutting through enemies as he secured the explosives. "All right," he muttered, activating the timer. "That should do it." The stormtroopers hesitated, their fear palpable as they realized the gravity of the situation. Johnny pointed his lightsaber toward them, his smirk widening. "You've got about 5 minutes to rethink your career choices." Grabbing R4, he sprinted toward the nearest escape pods. The alarms grew louder, the ship trembling as the reactor began to destabilize. The ETA-2 was no longer an option, but an Imperial escape pod would do just fine. Johnny and R4 climbed in, sealing the hatch as the timer on the reactor ticked down. "All right, R4, Johnny said, strapping in. Let's get out of here before this thing blows. The pod ejected just as the Star Destroyer's reactor reached critical. From the viewport, Johnny watched as the massive ship convulsed, explosions rippling through its hull. The Star Destroyer began to break apart, its sheer size crumbling under the cascading destruction. Johnny leaned back in his seat, letting out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. "And that," he said, smirking at R4, "is how you crash a Star Destroyer." R4 let out a triumphant whistle as the pod drifted toward Earth's surface. Below, the TIE fighters faltered and scattered, their command ship obliterated. Earth's military forces regrouped, their weapons finally finding their mark as the remaining Imperial forces were routed. Johnny Vanduke had done it. Earth was safe, and the Empire's reach had been broken. For now. The escape pod hurtled through Earth's atmosphere, flames licking its surface as it descended. Inside, Johnny Vanduke sat with his arms crossed, a satisfied smirk on his face as the rumbling heat of re-entry vibrated through the pod. R4K7 chirped nervously, its dome swiveling back and forth. "Relax, R4, Johnny said, glancing out the viewport at the planet below. "We've been through worse. This is just a rough landing." R4 gave a skeptical beep, its processor clearly unconvinced. The pod broke through the atmosphere, streaking toward the ground like a falling star. Earth's military scanners picked up the incoming vessel, triggering alerts across the defense network. Fighter jets scrambled to intercept, unsure whether the pod was friend or foe. As the pod's descent slowed, its parachutes deploying with a sudden jolt, Johnny toggled the comms system. His voice cut through the static. "Earth Defense Command, this is Vanduke. Call off your birds, I'm not in the mood for a welcoming party full of missiles." There was a long pause before a crackling voice responded. "Vanduke? You're the guy who's been taking down those Imperial ships?" "Guilty as charged," Johnny replied, his tone casual. "Now, unless you want me to add Earth's Air Force to my list of victories, I suggest you clear me to land." Another pause, followed by a reluctant acknowledgement. "Copy that. Standing down. Welcome home. I guess." The pod touched down in a sprawling field, its hatch popping open with a hiss of steam. Johnny stepped out into the fresh air, his boots crunching on the scorched grass. R4 rolled down the ramp behind him, chirping a mix of relief and triumph. Johnny stretched, taking in the sight of Earth's clear blue sky above him. Now that's more like it. A convoy of military vehicles approached from the distance, their engines roaring as they kicked up clouds of dust. Soldiers disembarked, their weapons raised but not aimed, their expressions wary. One of the officers, a stern-looking woman in a crisp uniform, stepped forward. "You're the one who just took out that Star Destroyer?" Johnny nodded, his smirk unwavering. "That's me. You're welcome, by the way." The officer's eyes narrowed. "You've got a lot of explaining to do." That thing nearly leveled half our planet's defenses before you showed up. Johnny shrugged. Yeah, well, it's handled now. Consider it a favor. And if you're worried about more of them showing up, don't be. The Empire's in shambles. They won't be sending reinforcements anytime soon. The officer crossed her arms. And what happens if they do? Johnny's smirk faded slightly, his tone becoming more serious. Then you call me. But trust me, they've got bigger problems now. Earth's not worth their trouble anymore. The officer studied him for a moment before giving a reluctant nod. Fine. For now. But don't think this means we're done asking questions. Johnny chuckled. You can ask all you want, but don't expect answers that make sense. Back in the quiet solitude of his makeshift base in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Johnny and R4 settled into a rare moment of peace. The workshop was still cluttered with tools and projects, but for once, the constant hum of danger seemed to have subsided. Johnny sat at his workbench, his lightsaber resting beside him. The white and black blade that had become a symbol of his journey across the multiverse now felt like a part of him, a reminder of the battles fought and the lives saved. R4 chirped, rolling up beside him. Johnny glanced down at the astromech, a faint smile crossing his face. Yeah, I know, he said, leaning back in his chair. It's not over. It never is. But for now, we've got some breathing room. He looked out the window at the night sky, his thoughts drifting to the stars beyond. Somewhere out there, the galaxy was still fighting its battles, still struggling against the remnants of the Empire. But Earth was safe, at least for now. And Johnny Vanduke had earned a moment to rest. In the aftermath of the battle, Earth slowly began to return to its uneasy balance. The destruction caused by the Imperial Star Destroyer and its TIE fighters had left scars on cities and landscapes, but humanity had survived. And survival was something Earth excelled at. The remnants of the Imperial forces, cut off from reinforcements and without a leader, scattered like shadows. Some stormtroopers surrendered to local governments, confused and disillusioned without orders. Others fled into the wilderness, trying to hide in a world that was as alien to them as they were to it. Earth's militaries, emboldened by their hard-won victory, moved quickly to mop up resistance, their unity a testament to the strength of humanity when threatened. Johnny Vanduke's actions were the stuff of legend now. Though few knew the full details of the mysterious figure who had single-handedly shifted the tide, word of his daring exploits spread quickly. Whispers of the strange starfighter, the white and black lightsaber, and the man who defied the Empire echoed through military bases, underground resistance networks, and even ordinary homes. Earth's leadership, for their part, struggled to come to terms with the encounter. Governments convened emergency councils to discuss the implications of alien contact and the apparent multiversal traveler in their midst. Questions about Earth's place in the galaxy and the multiverse loomed large. Johnny, however, stayed far from the spotlight. In his Lancaster base, surrounded by the hum of his equipment and the quiet companionship of R4K7, he reflected on what had been gained and lost. The battle had been won, but the cost was undeniable. Cities lay in ruin, lives had been lost, and the specter of further incursions still hung in the air. R4 beeped softly, breaking the silence. Johnny looked over, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Yeah, buddy. We did it. Earth still standing. For now, that's enough." He leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling of the old mill that had become his sanctuary. The multiverse was vast, its challenges endless. Johnny had seen timelines of hope and despair, of victory and failure. But Earth was special. It was home. And for now, home was safe. Unbeknownst to Earth, the destruction of the Star Destroyer and the death of Palpatine sent shockwaves across the galaxy and beyond. The Empire, already reeling from Vanduke's actions in the Death Star, fractured further. Warlords and opportunists seized power in the void left by the Emperor's absence. Rebel forces, emboldened by the collapse of central imperial authority, pushed forward with renewed vigor. In the multiverse, the echoes of Johnny's defiance resonated. Other timelines shifted subtly, as if reacting to the anomaly that Vanduke represented. Cryptids, nightmares, and horrors from forgotten dimensions paused, their attention drawn to the light of a world that had refused to be dominated. One evening, as the sky over Lancaster burned with the colors of sunset, Johnny stepped out onto the roof of his mill. The air was cool, the world quiet. He held his lightsaber in his hand, its weight familiar, its power undeniable. "Earth survived," he said aloud, as if speaking to the multiverse itself. "And as long as I'm around, it'll keep surviving." He gazed up at the stars, his thoughts drifting to the galaxy he had just left. He thought of the rebels, the Jedi, and even Vader, all of them fighting their own battles. They would carry on. They had to. R4 rolled out beside him, letting out a soft chirp. Johnny chuckled, kneeling down to pat the Astromachus dome. "Yeah, I know. It's not over. It never is." He stood, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The Empire might have been dealt a crushing blow, but the multiverse always had more challenges waiting. Monsters, cryptids, and nightmares still lurked in the shadows, and Johnny Vanduke was far from done making them fear the light. For now, though, Earth stood tall, and that was enough. However, the world was not the same after the battle. The wreckage of the Imperial Star Destroyer, scattered across Earth's surface, became the catalyst for a technological revolution that would forever alter humanity's trajectory. In the months following the Empire's defeat, scavengers, scientists, and engineers swarmed the debris fields where Imperial tech had fallen. The massive hull of the Star Destroyer in Earth's orbit was gradually dismantled by international coalitions. The once feared TIE fighters, their sleek frames now battered and broken, were carted off to research facilities. Even the remnants of stormtrooper armor and discarded blasters were carefully studied, their designs picked apart by curious minds. At first, governments scrambled to keep the discoveries secret, wary of how the public might react to the idea of intergalactic war. But soon, the truth couldn't be contained. The existence of advanced alien technology and humanity's victory over it became global knowledge. Across the planet, people adapted. Earth had faced annihilation and survived, and it wasn't about to stop there. The reactor core fragments from the Star Destroyer proved to be a gold mine. Earth's brightest minds unraveled the secrets of Imperial power generation, leading to breakthroughs in fusion energy. Within a year, the first prototypes of hyper-efficient energy grids were deployed, reducing reliance on fossil fuels and propelling humanity into an era of clean, limitless power. Cities lit up like never before, their skylines glowing with the soft hum of fusion-powered lights. Rural areas, once plagued by energy shortages, saw new opportunities as fusion plants sprang up across the globe. The old battles over energy resources began to fade, replaced by a cautious optimism for a unified, sustainable future. The blasters recovered from fallen stormtroopers sparked a revolution in military technology. Earth's engineers reverse-engineered the plasma-based weapons, creating human-adapted variants. These plasma rifles and ion-based sidearms rendered traditional ballistics almost obsolete. At the same time, humanity became acutely aware of the need for planetary defense. The TIE fighter wreckage led to the first generation of Earth-made space combat vehicles. Sleek, versatile, and powered by fusion engines derived from Imperial designs, these ships became the cornerstone of humanity's burgeoning orbital fleet. Military leaders also adapted deflector shield technology, building prototypes capable of protecting cities from aerial attacks. Though still in its infancy, the technology held the promise of a world where war's destructive toll could be drastically reduced. One of the most surprising boons came from the medtech aboard the Star Destroyer. Devices designed for rapid healing of stormtroopers, advanced backtop patches, regenerative injectors, and cellular repair units became the foundation for a medical revolution. Diseases once thought incurable were being re-evaluated. Limbs lost in accidents or war could be regrown with specialized treatments. Hospitals around the world began integrating these advancements, creating a new standard for medical care. Life expectancy soared, and once routine injuries became mere inconveniences. For the average person, the changes were felt in subtle but profound ways. Hover cars, once the realm of science fiction, became a reality as Imperial repulsor lift technology was adapted for civilian use. Cities began to reconfigure themselves to accommodate the new transportation methods, and the skies were soon filled with shimmering vehicles moving effortlessly between skyscrapers. Households gained access to personal droids, many of them cobbled together from scavenged Imperial models. These droids became helpers, cleaners, and companions, bridging the gap between humanity and its newfound technological frontier. Communication technology leaped forward as well. The holodisplays and advanced comm systems aboard the Star Destroyer were adapted to create immersive communication networks. People could interact with loved ones across the globe in real time, their holographic projections indistinguishable from reality. But not all was smooth progress. The presence of Imperial AI cores sparked heated debates about the ethics of sentient machines. Some of the droids scavenged from the wreckage had memories, painful ones, of servitude to the Empire. These droids, when reactivated, expressed desires for autonomy, raising questions about their rights. Movements advocating for droid independence began to grow, echoing the debates of the Old Republic and its droid uprisings. Humanity faced a choice: repeat the mistakes of the Empire or forge a new path of coexistence. Though humanity had gained much, the scars of the battle with the Empire ran deep. Many feared that the introduction of alien technology might draw unwanted attention. What if other galactic powers noticed Earth's sudden rise? What if remnants of the Empire tried to reclaim what they'd lost? Governments invested heavily in planetary defense, creating orbital platforms and early warning systems. Earth was no longer just a planet, it was a fortress. From his base in Lancaster, Johnny watched the changes unfold with a mix of pride and caution. The world had adapted faster than he'd expected, and for the most part, it was heading in the right direction. But he knew all too well that power, no matter how well-intentioned, could corrupt. He stood on the roof of his mill one night, looking up at the stars. R4K7 rolled up beside him, beeping softly. "I know, R4, Johnny said, his voice carrying a hint of weariness. "They're doing great. But progress always comes with risks." The droid chirped in agreement. Johnny smirked faintly. "At least Earth's got a fighting chance now. The Empire messed up when they thought they could bring us to our knees. We don't break that easy." He turned away from the stars, heading back inside. The multiverse was vast, and Earth had proven it could hold its own. For now, that was enough. But Johnny knew that the challenges were far from over.